Okay, welcome to our research symposium. I hope you all hear me and see me. So if there are some problems with the sound, just put it in the chat. The chat will be always, be seen. So if you have any questions, just put it there, or if there are any problems with the sound and stuff like that. Okay, welcome to our research symposium. My name is Förster and I'm junior professor at the Technical University of Chemnitz. My research focuses on resilience and particular resilience of and in healthcare organizations. And together with my research team from the COVRES project, which we will present later in a short version, we organized this symposium to understand more deeply what can we learn for future pandemic management in healthcare organizations. I'm very happy to welcome so many people interested in this topic from so many nations here in Chemnitz and also online. So just if you have any questions, just don't hesitate to ask or write them in the chat. Before we start with the presentation, I would like to give you a short overview of what we can expect today. So each presentation will be around 50 to 20 minutes, and after each presentation, we have around 10 minutes for discussion. And so now we start, after my introduction, we start with a short overview about our research project COVRES, and then we will have a very nice presentation from Christine about crisis leadership today, repositioning resilience for hyper-competitive global techno-fused work context. Then we will have a short break, so we then have for everybody who is here some coffee and some sandwiches, and then we will proceed with a presentation on crisis leadership during prolonged disasters by Attila, and then Kijan will present organizational resilience and collective emotion regulation. Peter can't be here today, but I think you will do it perfectly. After that, we will have a presentation from Michael and Stefanie on teamwork in extreme contexts, then again a coffee break. And then our last presentations on gender risk and resilience in crisis leadership by Marie-Claire and Miriam, and healthcare leader Sensemaking and Sensegiving in extended crisis by Jennifer, and complexity leadership and COVID-19 in healthcare by Mary. And after another coffee break for us, and for you also, we have by Kelly the presentation on strategies to reduce burnout among frontline healthcare workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. So we will close around 5:30, but we still have enough time to discuss whatever we want to talk about. So before now we start with the content of our other presentations, I just want to shortly introduce our COVRES research project, where we aim to investigate healthcare organizational resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our research team consists, but actually the project is now closed, of Nina Füreder, who is also here today, and Georg Reischauer. He is joined online, I think. I hope he is already here, from the Johannes Kepler University in Linz, and Bernd Lamprecht from the University Hospital, also located in Linz, Austria. As we know, the spread of the COVID-19 crisis has hit the world nearly unprepared, whereby the question of how healthcare organizations become more resilient has become an even more central question central topic as it was before. Organizational resilience in this context can be considered as the organizational ability to anticipate, cope with, or respond to, or recover and learn from adversity in terms of the organization's ability to adapt. Further, healthcare organizations and especially hospitals are, that we know, used to operate in extreme contexts and an environment where a certain event can lead to massive and intolerable consequences for members of these organizations. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has moved these hospitals from organizations mostly operating in a risky context where catastrophes are an ever-present potentiality to organizations constantly operating in an emergency context, a context where the potentiality of catastrophes turned into actuality. However, little is known about the resilience in these extreme contexts, and therefore our symposium aims to shed light on these important topics. In order to contribute to this topic of resilience in and of healthcare organizations, our COVRES research team conducted more than 100 interviews with healthcare leaders in Austria, Switzerland, and Germany, and we posed a different research question in these projects. First of all, we asked how and why or why not organizational leaders anticipate and prepare the organizations for potential adversity, whereby adversity is defined as a switch from an organization operating in a risky context to an organization operating mostly in an emergency context. Further, we also asked how hospital leaders cope with the challenges arising from the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of hospital leaders' resilience. And finally, we are also interested in how organizations learn from extreme or disruptive events and how this is affecting their resilience. So regarding our first research questions, how and why or why not organizational leaders anticipate and prepare the organizations for potential adversity, we found out that leader sense-making was a crucial, especially in the beginning of the pandemic. In two different papers, we show here on the one hand how, why, and when the interviewed healthcare leaders noticed the clues pointing to the involving pandemic, how these clues were processed, and what methods and strategies for dealing with the pandemic to what strategies and measures for dealing with the pandemic they ultimately led. On the other hand, our study also revealed that in short term and when instantly confronted with a potential threat, leaders use more deliberate forms of sense-making, namely active and defense sense-making, each of which has different consequences for organizational resilience and shapes how leaders subsequently make sense of the situation. While active sense-making in this context favors the early anticipation of threats, which in turn facilitates early actions, for instance, in terms of preparation measures, and those positively influence the resilience of the leaders' organizations. Our findings also imply that extreme or hard to imagine context or events seems to favor leaders' defense sense-making and thus cause organizational resilience to degrees. Finally, our research also suggests that in the long term and when situations become more routine and habitual, leaders not longer engage in deliberate forms of sense-making, but increasingly engage in immanent sense-making, such that the influence of their sense-making on organizational resilience decreases. In addition to the resilience of healthcare organizations, our project also focused on how hospital leaders cope with the challenges arising from the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of hospital leaders' resilience. And this will be presented by my co-author, Nina Füreder. So Nina, it's your floor.
Thank you. So nice to meet you. As Charlotte explained to us and introduced to our project, we have different papers out of this, of course, and this is, of course, also the content of my dissertation. And I am going to present the second research paper, second research question to you. So we address this with this paper, the question how hospital leaders cope with the challenges arising from the COVID-19 pandemic. And from this context, we know from previous research that leaders play a crucial role when it comes to manage the consequences of a crisis. And in doing so, they are affected by a huge amount of stress. And we know that this leader stress can lead to a high risk for developing stress-related psychological or physical diseases, for instance, burnout. And we know that this situation and this stress can lead to our leaders to physical or psychological impairments, for example, sleeping disorder, or negative coping mechanism, for example, substantial abuse. And we know on the one hand that this hospital leader stress can lead, can have an kind of spillover effect to other different areas. And on the one hand, it can have a negative effect of or influence on the patients through treatment errors or misdiagnosis. And we know that this is really an alarming issue in healthcare hospitals in terms of patient safety and something like that. But the leader stress can also have a negative influence on their teams, on the employees itself, through missing support or negative work climate. And a not insignificant side effect is that this stress and these situations cause immense costs for the healthcare organizations. And this in sum can also have negative effects as a trickle-up effect of the whole organization, especially when it comes to the capacity to react to unexpected events and crises. And therefore, this affects in a huge amount the organizational resilience as a whole. So from this situation, we start from an institutional context where we have the three levels: individual, group level, or team, and the organizational level. While here in this paper, we focus on the leader, especially on the leader coping mechanisms. We included, therefore, the conservation of resources theory, since two types of resilience are grounded or based on this theory, namely the acceptance resilience and the strategic resilience. And with our paper, we specifically follow the call of Baduel and Drago from 2021 for qualitative studies to look more closely at the different reactions to an adverse event in terms of acceptance resilience and in terms of strategic resilience and the associated resources. And we also look in particular at the time factor, as we have noticed during our observation period that different types of resilience and their coping mechanisms have been applied over this time. So we are separating in a short-term crisis or adversity and in a long-term crisis or adversity. So therefore we have these two gaps. And in detail, we conducted 44 expert interviews with leaders of medical staff, of nursing staff, and also non-clinical leaders or kind of administrative leaders in hospitals in Austria at different hierarchy levels. So we have the top, the middle, and the operative level. In terms of data coding, we used a hybrid process of inductive coding and also deductive coding. In the inductive coding, we work the teams directly out of the data. It's more in the regarding the time factor. And the deductive coding, with the deductive coding, we refer to themes from this existing theory from Baduel and Drago. And we used the Joya methodology for analysis. So to understand what acceptance and strategic resilience actually are, we draw a kind of model to have more a picture and a view to understand the differences between these two types and to understand the factor time in terms of the short term and the long term. So both type of resilience are successful coping mechanisms. But acceptance resilience is more resource preserving, and individuals who use this type of resilience foster more adaptive behavior. The difference is in short term, individuals use their constant resources they have available. It reduces burnout in the short term. They can accept the situation and feel good with it. It is useful and it requires little planning and coordination because they are the same resources they already have. But on the long run, individuals who use acceptance resilience foster a resource loss. So we know that term, they stay in the previous energy level, they stay in their comfort zone, but in the long run, that is not really good for them. The risk of burnout increases. So in contrast to strategic resilience, it is more resource enhancing. Individuals who use this type of resilience foster a growth behavior. In the short term, they have a resource gain, but it is not really useful because it requires more planning and coordination. So if you want to open for new things, or you have to learn new things, or open for a new job, for example, in the worst case, of course, you have to be a bit risky, you have the courage to do that. So it needs more planning and coordination. But if you use strategic resilience in the long run, you foster, or individuals foster, resource gain, and individuals can achieve higher goals, and there is growth behavior for them. So when we see we have a look to our results, we first of all can see the specific resources regarding each type of resilience. So when you see the acceptance resilience, the specific resources are, for example, sense of commitment, engage of support, close and secure attachments, self-efficacy, sense of control, action orientation, flexibility and optimism, and the goal direction. So if you are good in that, you are more the type of an acceptance resilient person. So you can think of that. And in our data, of course, we found a lot of quotes which we could order them. And for example, the close and secure attachments were mentioned really often, and you can also think of yourself. So the leaders reported that they very often have their attachments or relationships not only in their professional context, but also important, but also in their family and private surroundings. So they often mention their colleagues or their partners and family and home as an important resilient factor. When we have a look at the resources of strategic resilience, we have the psychological trait of openness to new experiences. We have a high achievement orientation, internal locus of control, the capacity for broad environmental scanning and internal reflection, low levels of loss aversion, and the high value upon future resources. And here, for example, the openness to new experiences, some of our leaders were looking forward to the new challenges concerning or regarding COVID-19. At least at the beginning, it was perceived as exciting and interesting to work with COVID patients or to lead a COVID ward. So they were very open and they thought, oh, something new, I want to do that, and I want to see how I handle that. So, and here you can also think of yourself. So I can say, in my case, I'm more a strategic resilient person. I'm very difficult with accepting things. I want to change, I want to improve, I want to make them better. And Of course, the optimum is that an individual can apply both types of resilience, but very often they prefer one and switch maybe when they have problems with some situations. So at least we have resilience from this temporal perspective. So we found in our data that time is a crucial influencing factor. So since the pandemic will not over be so soon, the imbalance between the resources provided from the organization and the resources consumed by the organization increased. So these challenges seem to lead to a situation where accepting the situation seemed almost impossible for some of our leaders. So they were thinking of, we know that they are thinking of something new. Very often in the worst case, they are thinking to quit their job and search for another one. So in addition, we found that our hospital leaders were more careful than usual to separate their professional life from their private life. So also at the beginning of the pandemic, they had to be constantly available, also during night, during the weekend, and very early they started to separate it really clearly. And even though this certain level of adversity might be acceptable, when this level is constantly exceeded, individuals might to switch to different coping mechanism. As I said, job change, or in the other way, they have psychological or physical diseases, and it's also a kind of quitting the job because then they are ill and stay at home. So we have a few key takeaways for today. So now we know we have two types of resilience, namely acceptance and strategic resilience. We know acceptance resilience is more useful in short-term crisis. We know strategic resilience is more useful on the long run. And we argue that we need to focus on long-term professional performance and not only on short-term crisis reaction. Yes, thank you for your attention. And now I and we are open for your question, and please feel free to ask or to discuss our research.
Also for those who are online, so we have the chat, and you can also just turn on your microphone and just ask.
I have one actually. First, I think it's tremendous to be looking at the two different levels, different types of resilience. I think that's a great contribution. I wonder if you had any sense, I don't know whether all the healthcare providers that were your sample were from the same hospital. Were they?
No, different hospitals.
Okay, so did you get any sense of the organizational influence? In other words, when I look at this from an organizational perspective and from a crisis leadership perspective, there tends to be a tendency in the organization around these same issues, whether they're open to new experiences, whether, so I wonder whether first self-selection into that particular organization and is going to kind of set the whole organization in that direction, or if the leadership will tend to do that. Do you just like a gut sense? I'm not trying to stump you or something on this. I'm really, truly interested in what the relationship might be. Is it something you talked at the end, if I understood you correctly, you talked at the end about the ability to have the agility to switch from one to the other as the situations change. But I wonder, I wonder how much it tends to be set. Like, what would your best guess be if you went back and divided the data by hospitals? Do you think that it would tend to cluster to one or the other, or did you not get that feeling? Do you have any feeling on that?
Suggest?
Again, I'm not trying to trick you.
No, actually, I think because this was also our intention to just start it with hospitals which are, or with countries where the conditions are a little bit similar. So we just have one sample with similar hospitals and all that stuff. And from my perspective, there wasn't a big difference because, and it was also in studies we had before, that they always said, yeah, but it doesn't change much if you, it doesn't matter if you change the hospital because it's the same everywhere. So I think the fact it might matters when you, for example, compare different hospitals maybe from different countries. But I think in these particular, there are for sure slightly differences, but I think there are not big differences because it's relatively similar. Also, what they told us about the environmental, the work climate and all that stuff, it was very, very similar. So, but maybe we also, because we had relatively big hospitals, not small. So maybe this was also the reason that the hospitals from the structure were very similar.
Yeah, I think so too. But I find your question is very interesting because I was just thinking, and we know from theory that organizations in healthcare often train acceptance resilience. So they have trainings, and the people or employees got trained in acceptance. And in this case, we have now organizations have to learn to train strategic resilience. And they have to be also strategic resilient as an organization because they have to offer this openness for new experience within the organization, because otherwise the personnel is switching to another organization or find another job. So they have to find this way that the employee can stay, but also can change and move on and grow. Yeah.
Because if not, strategic resilience might be not good for organizational resilience, because quitting the job is not that good for organizational resilience.
The other effect can happen too, though, which the person, we're talking about it now in the current COVID terminology about quiet quitting. So people within the organization that are aiming for what you're calling strategic resilience just get shut down. So they maybe don't quit, but they don't carry on sensitive behaviors and things that are really crucial, particularly in healthcare organizations.
Yeah.
It's really complicated.
Oh, do we have questions? No? Yes. Please.
I was wondering, and I would like to pick up on this behavior that's not in favor of the organization. And I was wondering, does your data sample shows that behavior from leaders and their resilience? So when it comes to understanding resilience, and I guess that's something we can discuss here, it's most often we view it in an altruistic fashion. So people will behave in the favor of their organization, their teams. But did your data show dysfunctional behavior? So leaders that try to conserve their own resources in a way that they try to disengage from the organizations to save themselves, their own resources?
Eigentlich, ne?
But you get what I mean.
Yeah. So I'm thinking on the data, what's in there. So
maybe not directly, more indirectly.
Yeah.
So, but nobody is saying, I'm just putting my things first. Nobody will tell you that in an interview. So I think then you need a different approach.
So I think we have the most statements are more the one type, clearly point out the acceptance resilience, or they clearly point out the strategic resilience. They often, when they are telling their stories, they often say something, I have it until here, or early on the bottle is full or something like that. So when it's overwhelming, then I'm really done with the organization. So they say something in that direction.
Kind of reflects it.
Yeah, that's what I mean, more indirectly. So nobody will tell that, but it was, But for example, also when we had that at the beginning, because we were conducting, first interviews at the beginning of the pandemic, and then we repeated some of them this spring. And when we had them first, it was already like, okay, if this is going on longer, it will not be good. And it was okay. And then it took another 2 years. So I think there were some hints on this, but I think it would need a completely different study design. But it's an interesting thing. I think it should be investigated, because but maybe from something more like observative or something.
So I have a question. At the end, did you find that there was any kind of commitment from senior leadership strategically to look at resiliency going forward as a long-term strategic plan.
In the organizations?
Yes,
No.
that's the
This
problem.
clear answer.
Now you're pointing at something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe a little related to that, I was thinking based on the theory, what about the negotiation of resources? What did they say about that? You know, I can use my resources or try to conserve my own resources, but the negotiation part with the top management or within the environment, did you see any signals on that?
No, they reported only that they kind of support each other. So this engagement of support. So they support other leading colleagues, and they are open for that on the same level very often, but not between
Not
these
in
levels.
this direction,
No.
only the horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is quite typical in those environment, isn't it? I mean,
Yes.
mostly you hear, yeah, well, I have really good colleagues, so it's much more horizontal.
Yeah. That's true.
Yes, we have one question in the chat. She is asking, how can organizations or organizational leaders decipher the difference between acceptance resilience and strategic resilience, and which is needed given a particular situation? Additionally, how can organizations ensure strategic resilience does not become self-serving on an individual level in the organization, but rather more on a holistic organizational level?
Okay, so I start with the first part. How can they measure, or I think she meant how can an organization can measure if the individual is more acceptance resilience or more strategic. So there are no measurements. And from my perspective, they can take these resources and they can ask for that and have maybe some sub-questions to define that more clearly, what is more, what is maybe the preferred one. And the second part?
How an organization can...
Maybe read it again.
May I read it?
Yeah, maybe you
The
can.
last part. Additionally, how can organizations ensure strategic resilience does not become self-serving on an individual level in the organization, but rather more on a holistic organizational level?
Yeah, I think you might also see it if you have, for example, also happen some signs that, for example, people are, for example, quitting their job, not by really quitting, but like inside quitting, or I think there are some signs which are visible, like maybe more mistakes and more, I don't know, the less, what is your, so weniger Bereitschaft, sich einzusetzen.
Engagement.
Less motivation, less engagement, something like that. So I think there are signs, and this might be also if you have something in connection to your employees, to your leader. I think the signs are not that hard to see, but for sure it's from the organizational perspective to make sure that people are not only engaging in acceptance resilience, but also in strategic resilience. Yeah, you really have to tackle the issues which are there and not just, okay, for example, if you have an over a lot of overwork and that stuff, so you need an idea how to fix that. So you can't just, I don't know, postpone it year after year. So I think it has to do something that really strategically tackles these issues, which are, and I think in most cases, if they really listen, they know what the problems are. So maybe listening is the first step.
And of course, it isn't that easy because we have both sides, and we know that the balance between both
we also
sides
need both sides.
is always the best. And we know, in addition, that elderly people prefer acceptance resilience, and the younger generation prefer the strategic resilience. So we know from the younger generation, they do not accept. They say, hey, I need this, can I have this? Otherwise I go. And so we have to balance these two types in the organization. So we need to train both.
Otherwise, you would quit your job only because you have a bad day. So it would be also not really a good day. So maybe have a glass of wine or go to running or take a walk. Or if you just have one bad day, so it might be not the best idea to quit the job completely. So.
Yeah, I have another question because it's among leaders, right? And what we hear a lot that leaders are saying in those kind of systems is like, yeah, we just put out fires. So, I mean, what they do is like, we do what can we do here now in the short run? And I think they are too overwhelmed to actually be able to look up and, look ahead. And I mean, who should activate that?
Yeah, but in that case, it's too late because only reaction is possible. But if we have known that before, we could proactive.
Yeah.
Or now we can proactive react for the next bad situation. So yes.
But that's where the complex world come in, because who will know what happens tomorrow?
Yeah,
I mean, that's what we've been seeing the last 2 years, right?
Yeah.
It's completely full of surprises.
So we have 4 minutes left. So because we really want to stick to the time, because otherwise we will have a problem. So maybe is there something in the chat, or can we? Then I would say, Christine, the floor is yours. And we go back. Okay, which one?
Elisa Rice, thank you very much for the interesting insights. I have a question regarding the loss aversion aspect of resilience. Individual loss aversion might be hard to train. Does the data implications suggest ways to reduce loss aversion on the organizational level?
Okay, I think this is a kind of longer, so we can have that maybe later. So if we have some time there left, or in the break, or we will, but we will keep that in mind.
Yeah,
so.
right in the chat maybe.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chris. I'm professor of global leadership at Thunderbird, which is now part of Arizona State University. And I'm delighted to be here. When Charlotte so kindly invited me, I was very anxious and happy to accept, but I warned her, she knows a little bit of my work, and this is straight up practical end of things. So I think there's much to build on what you two are finding out there. And I hope you'll see that through this presentation. The title here is looking at actually the acceptance version of resilience that I have to apologize that I wasn't aware of the work you were doing on that until I listened to it now. But it gives a whole different notion to resilience, which is, again, brilliant, because I think the acceptance type is very limited in terms of today's environment. I mean, it's still, it gets you at a point of steady state, perhaps, but it's not enough going forward. So, the topic that I chose to talk about today, just a quick note, comes out of a book that I just finished, which is called Come Out Stronger. This is the only advertisement for this at this point. The reason I mentioned it is what I'll be talking about today relates directly to what's in that book, and there are lots more issues and more details than we'll have the time to go through today. So, we're going to take a look at crisis leadership as compared to crisis management, and I'll talk about the differences as I see them during this session today. And the context will be our current work environment, the broad work environment, and just, pulling three very important aspects or facets: hypercompetition, globalness, and the techno-fused context. So one of the things that I thought about doing before this session was to create a Venn diagram as an academic, go back to that, to look at the places of overlap between extreme contexts and crisis management as it's been practiced, as crisis management's been practiced for decades. I think there's a great deal of overlap. It almost becomes a more interesting question to think about where the differences are. And just on the edge of understanding extreme context, I have done my reading in there, but not as deeply involved as all of you are. I think what's happening is that there will actually be closer proximity between them if my thoughts I present to you today are in fact accurate, because I think the context is going to play a very big role in terms of shifts that are needed in terms of crisis leadership. So I have three things I'm going to talk about. By the way, this may seem more like a video than a presentation because I'll be hitting the slides quickly, but I hope to give an overview. First, I want to talk about crisis management and crisis leadership and the shift that I believe is necessary between those two. I think it's really important that I say at this point that I was in the right place at the right time with the right energy and so forth to have been one of the architects, that's how people refer to me when they introduce me sometimes, of crisis management. I don't think, at the time, I think we did a fabulous job putting it all together. And again, I was so pleased to be a part of that with many other really hardworking and dedicated people. But I think it's outdated now. And I think even the term crisis management is outdated. I think we've moved to crisis leadership. There's probably a better term even thinking into the future, but that's where I see things right now. So I'll talk about that really fast. And then I want to talk about some radical improvements that I think are absolutely necessary right now, given the change of the context in which we are living and working, and talk about some immediate application possibilities, even at the individual level in regard to the pandemic. So this is and I put this up there because it dates back to 1998. And I think with Judy, Claire, and others' help in terms of thinking about this whole issue of organizational crises, I think that this still holds and holds effectively for what we do in crisis management and now crisis leadership. We're talking about a low probability, high impact event, or it can be a trend, something that's sneaking up like iceberg effect, that threatens the survival of an organization. And most people get that right off the top. But the part that's often missing and is essential to thinking about an organizational crisis versus a very big problem in an organization is that there's always some sense of mystery or misgiving about the cause, the effect, the resolution, or any pair or all three of those. So that, I believe, has stayed stable. What's changed dramatically is the nature of crises. And if you look at this word map, you know, there are some on here that were happening way back when, 3 decades ago, when we were starting the field of organizational crisis management, such as product tampering and executive kidnapping. But there are things on here, and this certainly is not even intended to be post a comprehensive, but there are things that we would never have thought about even, or maybe you shouldn't say we wouldn't have thought about them, but we didn't encounter: cyber breaches, ransomware attacks, employee assaults on not just a very, very, very rare occasion, but more common than that. Certainly the issue that's pulling a lot of my personal attention at this point in terms of live shooter attacks. So that becomes an interesting question to me in terms of extreme context. Who would think of an elementary school as an extreme context? But in fact, at least for a defined amount of time, it can become just that. And the same with religious centers and, you know, places we can think of political interactions, political meetings, the local meeting of the Chamber of Commerce. I mean, things where we would never have expected that there would be live shooter fatalities, and they're still occurring today. So again, there's a change in the intensity and I'll get into more details on that in a second. Trying to be a little artsy here just because that side of my brain is always kind of pulling. I was trying to pull, you know, again, from an art perspective, like what are we talking about in terms of crisis management and crisis leadership? And I think, again, at the mega level, this captures it for me at least. The thing that's interesting, not only from my own experiences and perhaps all of yours here in the room and beyond, people are in fact in that left side, even those who are the very best crisis leaders. So how do you get from running out of control on that side and affecting people in ways that certainly do not help in terms of dealing with the crisis, to the Mona Lisa side of things, where there's a resolve and a calm. And again, I think that we can look at that as a way of thinking about crisis management in its origin, which was to move to resilience, to get things, and again, this active resilience, not the acceptance resilience, I mean, not the strategic resilience, but to get things back to normal, versus today where it really, there's a requirement because of the nature of the context we're surrounded by and working in, that getting back to normal. You know, I saw somebody as I was boarding the plane to come here on Tuesday, and her T-shirt said, normal, and a big question mark, what's that? You know, and I think it kind of captures it in terms of what we deal with today. So learning, enhancing, and coming out stronger. So what's different today, and this is going to be like light speed going through this, to my view and many others' view as well, the frequency of crises, the speed of crises, the intensity, the reach, the sources of crises, the impact of crises are all higher than they were even a decade ago, never mind 3 decades ago. And that's affected both, again, at a mega level, that's affected both by the external work context as well as the internal organizational trends that we're experiencing in many organizations. So first, this is a favorite model of mine. And it had a short time that it really hit in the business world. It's kind of faded now, but it still works for me. So maybe it will work for you if not familiar with it already. This was developed by the Army Command College prior to 9/11, actually, and they were trying to get a sense of what was at risk and how, when they thought about defense and potential dangers at a national level and an international level, what were they facing that was different than in the past? I think they got it pretty well, actually. It's an acronym for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So again, the rate of change, lack of clarity about what's going on now and what's going on in the future, many decision factors that have to be taken into account. And finally, the ambiguity that if we make a decision, if we take an action, we're not really clear about how that's going to affect things. There are too many stakeholders of a diverse nature, too many potential outcomes, too many follow-ups that have to be done, and so forth. So again, it's this sense for me that's a tornado, if you can't tell that on the back of the screen, but this sense of just upheaval in the world. And I think with the pandemic, it gives us a dramatic place where across the world, we can all relate to that. Going equally quickly to think about some of the internal organizational trends that are happening, and being at Thunder, but I'm going to start at the 12 o'clock position. I'll go very quickly around this. So the fact that we live in a global world. So the things that we do impact people anywhere around the world, and they not only impact them, they can impact them instantaneously. Hypercompetition leaves us in a situation in many organizations where it's hard to draw the line between whether we're competing with others out in our industry or whether the competition is happening more internally, and that causes issues that can lead to crises as well. The compression of time is the intention there with the clock, again, fed by the fact that we're operating in a global world, and so in many organizations, it's a 24-hour time clock. It's not unusual in some of the companies that I work with that the senior people expect an answer, no matter where they're calling in the world, they expect an answer from their employee without regard to what the time zone is that they're paying a call to or they're sending a text to. And it's a reality that some of us are living in. I'm not, I shouldn't say us, some of them are living in. The techno world and the idea of our bonding that we have to our technologies and how that is distracting to us, and also how it can even affect our ability to empathize with other people. So again, when a crisis situation happens, it can raise all the things that are in that line. The change in the nature of the relationship between employees and employers. So now it's no longer enough to be a fair and honest employer. Your employees may say, hey, I'm out of here. You're not paying me enough. You're not giving me enough time off, whatever. And the pandemic has really ratcheted this up. Conversely, it's not enough to be a good, reliable employee because the organization may say, I need somebody faster. I need somebody who's above this in terms of your skill set and so forth. That's not intended to be a crisis there with him hanging himself. It's really not that. But the sense of dissatisfaction around the world, not everywhere, but many, many, many parts of the world, particularly in the more mature areas in terms of industry and business organizations. People are unhappy at work, and it's not just line employees, it's middle managers, it's senior executives. And, you know, again, we see it in quiet quitting. I was reading an article just yesterday or the day before on the airplane, and now they're calling another aspect of it quiet firing. So you don't actually fire the person, just pull away from them all the things that they would probably be most engaged with and hope they'll leave, I guess. The one up there with a fellow in the techno room there is to try to capture the idea of hyper-specialization. So in organizations, in many organizations now, people are working on things, providing services and products that are so specialized that they have a hard time explaining to other people what they do, how they do it, and so forth. So you lose the potential connectedness and the sense of what the big picture is within the organization. And the very last one, and I'll talk more about that in the slides to come, is intended to capture empowerment. So many organizations, and I ask about this in every course, every class I teach, you know, what's the movement like from the red circle to the gold circle to the green circle? In other words, is power held in the very top in the red circle? In some cultures, that's still the case. In most cultures, it's not. In most cultures, as I asked this, just in open discussion, most people in the classes have moved from the red circle. That's intended to be the hierarchical view of the hierarchical pyramid. So you've got the CEO and his or her direct reports in the red circle, and middle management into the gold, and then green is the whole organization. Many organizations, leaders of those organizations, as well as people who are of middle level in those organizations, report that their organizations aspire to be in the green circle, but the practice is not caught up with the aspiration yet. But most have moved from the red circle to the gold circle, and there's at least a stated desire to expand that even more. In many places, they are in fact expanding that even more. So how does that fit in with all of this? The so what? So adaptations that I believe are needed to shift from crisis management as we've known it to crisis leadership, and especially to optimize the unique human learning opportunity. We're the only creatures on Earth that can connect the past to the present and projection of the future. And if the adaptations aren't happening, I think we are shortly killing our ability to do that optimally. And I'll talk about that as we move on. The first thing, just to compare the two, when we developed the field of crisis management, I think our perspective was really that of managing the crisis. And in fact, organizations were able to do that. So the organizations that typically we would be working with were large organizations with deep pockets who had lots of control, not only over resources, but also over coverage in the press, over their ability to step away from the crisis, literally to go to a hotel offsite somewhere and deal with what they had heard about what might be happening, and take days at the least, sometimes weeks, sometimes months before they would make a decision and go public in terms of what had occurred. And so they were trying to manage it. You might notice on this, and this was the linear, if you go through crisis management textbooks, you will still see crisis management displayed very often as a linear process. And it varies whether signal detection or preparation and planning come first, which is something that's kind of interesting, but I'll leave that for another discussion of questions if you have it. But there was a process, and it looked and it felt, and it actually occurred like a linear process. So as you moved across time there, the goal was to get back to business as usual. And then if you had the resources and you still had energy left at all from the crisis, you would invest in some learning. We, years ago, surveyed across the Fortune 500, thinking that these were big pocket organizations that were doing the most probably for crisis management. And indeed, what we found was there was a bell-shaped curve. The signal detection end was quite low, but the lowest point on it was learning. So that less and less organizations were doing that. What I think is needed now is crisis leadership. So it's a whole different dynamic perspective. There's an interweaving among learning, detection, treatment, and preparation. And then if you can read in the center of that, there are core values and crisis objectives that are woven into the process there. Dispersing of crisis leadership accountability, and this goes back to the same pyramid that was on one of the previous slides. Who's involved, who's informed, who informs people. Crisis learning is still at the crisis management level in most organizations. So when I talk with people about what they're doing for crises and what is happening throughout the organization, how decisions are being made, who gets informed, who gets involved, it still is largely within the red circle for most organizations. So it's still seen as an executive function and less than an organizational function. And what I would prescribe is the need to move out and across and up and down through the organization is critical, especially today, for all the reasons that were on those change slides in regard to the external environment and the internal environment. There's also a need to disperse crisis leadership accountability in regard to location. In most organizations, it's a headquarters operation. So it doesn't, I don't want to do a double negative. Their resources may still be sent out. There still may be some sense of checking in with outlying parts of the organization, checking in on places that are half a world away from headquarters, but the bulk of it occurs within headquarters. And there is not a sense where it needs to go is to mirroring your organization, not just the people who happen to have the high positions in the headquarters building, but what's going on throughout your organization. At the optimal extension of this, you're not just thinking about what our representation is among our own internal stakeholders, meaning by that our employees throughout the company, but also what's happening with our suppliers and with our customers and clients. This gives just one view of sort of the older way of thinking about crisis management versus where it needs to be now. So as you can see, I mean, it's a line that takes a great deal of time. If the person in the purple circle is the first to notice some kind of a problem, in many organizations still, it has to be reported upward. If crisis leadership really resides at the top in that organization, it has to report it all the way up. There may be a need to go down into another function or another division to get answers. I mean, it's just a very bogged down process. If the accountability is held throughout the organization, you've got opportunities to jump to where you need to go. And so you save on the time factor, you even save on the efficiency factor. So you have the same spot, the same employee there making connections. That's intended to show, making connections that may even include connections outside. For example, to customers, to suppliers who often are aware of the problems that you miss when you're embedded inside an organization. So incorporating relative consistency for all. In order to move from the red circle to the green circle, even to make that process, there has to be an understanding that will flow throughout the organization. So how do you get that? I think there are ideal mechanisms for that. Two. One is to remind people of the core organizational values and to use those to drive not only what the objectives are for crisis management, which is the second of the two, but how you're going to implement the objectives and what you will expect from people throughout the organization. If your it becomes tricky because those core organizational values, you have to get not to the values that are espoused, but the values that are enacted within the organization. So you first got to kind of make peace between those two sets of values and make sure what you're dealing with is legitimate values, legitimately the way, what matters most for the organization. And then on coming out stronger, and again, the discussion in terms of strategic resilience, I think, moved toward this idea. Maybe I'm hearing it too much from my own perspective, but the idea of not just getting through the crisis, but positioning yourself for personal growth and for organizational growth and bringing others along with you as you do that. So how do you do that from a very practical perspective? At first, it's really important to stay tuned to what you did well. It's really tough. Even people who work regularly on crisis leadership kinds of issues, it's really tough to dig into all the things that didn't go the way you would hope they would go, to all the things that went wrong that you could have done better because of the cost potentially tied to that. It's hard to talk about. So it's very practical to build from the edge of the things that we did right. What worked here? What did we do? How did we help people? How did we save people, et cetera? Then to have some reflection and discussion about how your actions actually do match your values. And that takes some digging sometime to think about, well, in practice, what did we do that lines up with the way that with what we believe matters most? And then to look at what we could do better. And then to set personal objectives. Again, this looking at things from a personal perspective. So what did you learn? What more do you want to learn? How could the changes that you make and that you've helped with benefit not only others, but also yourself in terms of your knowledge and your expertise to the organization and beyond? That little four-circle thing comes from the work of Stu Friedman from a book called Total Leadership, a really fine book that looks not just at work and career and home and family, but also community and society and self. So any of these questions, the answers to them in regard to crisis situations and coming out stronger need not just relate to the workplace, but also can relate to the other environments there. So the community, home and family and self. Just closing on, I've got a couple slides left on closing. So to transfer this, to think about COVID-19 and the variants along the way there, it's an extraordinary opportunity in regard to crisis learning and crisis leadership. The whole world has been driven into an unknown situation simultaneously, and we're still there. You know, we represent a country where the president thinks it's all over, but sorry, I don't think that's true, and I think a lot of people don't agree with that. They're existential threats, so they matter deeply. They matter at the core for every one of us, right? And if we've managed to get through COVID somehow without getting ill, I can't imagine a person on earth that hasn't known somebody who's been very ill or maybe even died of it. So those threats can be overwhelming in terms of personal losses. I read this was actually in the first year of COVID, so I can only imagine what the loose data would have said now, but they did a poll kind of survey, and I think the number was around 72% of the employees at various levels in organizations said yes, it is the most stressful time of our career, and that was a couple of years ago. We're still third year, many unknowns, lingering impact. We're still trying to figure out causes, effects, and the global reach, of course, is exceptional. So some things in terms of trust. So trust, and this I'm actually following up on a lead that Charlotte suggested that she liked from some things I've read. So thinking about at the very top of that's being cut off. I don't know if I can move this without shutting it down, but so I'm not going to even try. What I have up there is a caution in terms of hindsight bias, because I think one of the things that we do as fast as things move now is that we make judgments after the fact. So we base our judgments of how well things were handled in a crisis situation, including COVID and including various aspects of COVID, various leaders in the picture, big picture leaders, maybe our own leaders, whatever. And we judge the actions based on what we know now, not based on what they knew at the time. And that can get us into a lot of trouble. That's a really serious bias. But we know on a trust side, if we can trust each other and if we have trust in those working with us, we tend to interact interact more smoothly. We can get in sync more quickly. We don't have to second guess each other, and we can make adjustments along the way instead of having to, go try to figure out what the other person might have meant. Trust is especially important in crisis because we're dealing, as the early part of this hopefully demonstrated, we're dealing with new risks. On crisis situations, we're always dealing with frightening circumstances, and adjustments have to happen rapidly. In the global world, in the close touch that we have, even with people that we have never had an encounter with before, we may well be the person who has to rise to a leadership role. And we may well need to pull people in line with the way we're seeing movement forward, who really we have no authority over. So if we can't develop that trust level, the chances of that happening are slim to none. These are some typical signals of trustworthy. So the prescription here is do these things if you want to, and they're easy. They sound very elementary and they sound really easy to talk about. But in terms of actually doing them on an ongoing basis, it's really difficult. So speaking the truth, it will bring you a sense from others that you're an honest person. For integrity, you do what you say you're going to do. And if you can't do it, because crises take quick turns, you get back to people and let them know candidly that you can't, and you renegotiate given the situation and the shift in the situation. Now, how can we work this out in a way that makes sense? Empathy, staying focused on who or what you're dealing with, but also keeping an eye toward those that you're ignoring or not paying attention to at the time. The fourth one is special to my heart because I've written a lot about workplace civility, and that is to be civil to everybody, no matter who, no matter what the circumstances are, because trust me, by taking the high road, you will benefit. And it might not be a benefit right in that immediate interaction with that individual, but over the long term, you will benefit. There's no question about that. And you will as an individual too, but even in terms of the future. And then the last one, a responsibility of all leaders is to face into the dark realities without losing hope. It's not a sense of going into it and not having, a no fear kind of perspective. Leaders all enter those situations with fear. Back to that image of the Scream and the Mona Lisa. The issue is being willing to face into them. So on a practical note, with COVID situations in particular, you should know how to deal and be willing to deal with anger, fear, and sadness, because those are issues that rise when a crisis goes the dark way. And we've all had that with COVID. I think this is the last slide on this video sort of presentation here. And this I would leave you to think about perhaps individually, but also maybe within your teams across your organization, depending on where you are on any of this. The same question, what impacts have you experienced and what are you doing well? And sub-questions there. How are you keeping COVID concerns now or in the past or thinking toward the future? Again, linking from the past to the present to the future. How are you keeping them from being overwhelming? What support have you provided to others? Again, not just in the workplace, but if you think about all four of those spheres. What lessons have you absorbed? How has the pandemic affected you as a leader? And which of your achievements during COVID make you proud and why? And again, those achievements can be any one of those four circles. I think that conversation gets us moving toward the types of changes that I'm suggesting. We've got an exceptional opportunity of this shared crisis situation that continues from which to experiment. We're sort of maybe over the most dramatic, hopefully over the most dramatic aspects of it. So rather than moving on quickly, as most people tend to want to do, including organizational leaders, taking the time now to think about where can we look at where we are now compared to where we were earlier in the pandemic and where we want to head into the future. And with that very quick presentation, I'm happy to take questions from anybody if you have them.
Thank you very much, Christine.
You are very welcome.
I'm a big fan of your work. So since we maybe still have maybe two questions, which
Sure.
we have to catch up a little bit, so we can just grab a cafe and then go on. So maybe who wants first? Do we have something from
Not yet.
I might. And thank you for you know, a lot of really good insights. I was thinking about the linear thinking, you know, going to the more flexible model of, you know, we never know what's going on tomorrow. Is that, do you see that as a trend within your research field of?
Do I say it as what?
See it as a trend?
A trend?
Yeah, within
Oh,
your
definitely.
research field, like going towards, you know, more complexity, mirroring the world as it is, or?
So in terms of academic research, do you mean? I think so, because I think it's a reality we all face, right? So there'll be different levels and different speeds of adaptation, but I do think it's heading that way. I think there's much, you know, I'm based in an institution that by definition is global, looks at things from a global, since its founding in 1947. And I think I think we find more and more people coming full bore, full strength into that, even from not just practitioners who say, okay, well, that's, you know, I know I can make money if I spread beyond or whatever, but from academics as well, recognizing that. Yeah, I think it affects, and the pandemic again is another evidence of the need for that. So I think that underscores it as well. So yeah, I think there is movement in that direction. Same with the issues of technology. And you know what the techno impacts are on us. That I think, and it was in the question I had asked earlier, that I think is embedded and reinforced by the types of actions that employees and employers are taking, given the upshift within the business world. Yeah, so from both sides.
I think it was also what we talked about yesterday with the complexity and the overlapping crises.
Yeah,
so also
simultaneous.
from the practitioner point of view, to being able to handle multiple crises on the same time.
Right.
So you have to switch.
Exactly right.
In which phase we are with these crises, and okay, how is these crises?
Exactly
like,
right.
It's really like just to see from the global perspective. We have COVID, we have the energy crisis, we have the war, we have climate. For sure. And so how to manage this all, but and these crises, they have different speed. So
and I think that it really also underscores the need for the dynamic perspective on it, right? Because as all these things are happening inside, we're seeing the effects of these things already. And you know, not enough employees in many places. So that what's happening in service delivery is terrible in many industries right now. You know, and it can be healthcare industry where the results, if service delivery isn't what it needs to be, it's life and death possibilities there. But people are leaving and they've given their all. And then if that's not received in a positive way, or there's not something that's giving them formally the time to regroup and, you know, regain their equilibrium, such as it will be needed for the future, the next normal. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Yeah.
Maybe Attila,
Yeah, so close. I like the fact that you stressed in the beginning, and that was kind of a profound statement, that you know, crisis management is perhaps outdated. And I would agree with you on that, just based on the fact of how crises are changing now. Because what we are seeing is that essentially there was no crisis leadership. It's crisis management that is being done in the very siloed perspective that we've done with this particular crisis, and then we moved on and we tried to go back to normal. But the issue now globally is that pivot to normal is not, there's no definition behind it. No one really understands what does normal look like now. And the crisis leadership aspect is missing. It's a very significant absence of, you know, you would be hard pressed to find, okay, which governments or which businesses or which entities holistically throughout their whole organization actually demonstrated crisis leadership. You know, you'd have to kind of like, on one hand, try to figure out which one of those, because there were pockets where there were done, but consistently across the board, back to what you were saying in terms of the overall mission and vision and being embedded as a strategic priority or as a strategic, long-term strategic objective. I think that's where we really need to be able to, as scholars and as practitioners, really move that agenda forward. Is that how do you retain that and that momentum that was built during COVID, and how do you reignite that to ensure that that continues? Because the leadership aspect is really missing.
Yeah.
People are wanting to be done with this,
Yep.
kind of what you
Yep.
were saying.
Yep.
It's like never, and in some circumstances, we're seeing it never happened, right? Like COVID, what COVID?
Right.
Like people want to just forget it, never happened, and just move on to some other activities.
Yeah.
And I think that's folly.
I appreciate your comments very much, and it sounds like we're aligned on these things. Just to underscore what you're saying, I think one of the things that will help propel academia and practitioner world forward on this is that crisis management, trying to go back to whatever normal is, doesn't have sticking power.
Mhm.
So that just to the issues that you described, we say, okay, we're done, and look, here are all these good numbers there, but you're missing. There are all these numbers that are still here. So not everybody's going to turn that way and say, oh yeah, things are better. I'm going to make this very fast, but I'm on a new quest now, because I've decided, at least in the US, particularly in the state of Arizona, which is where I live currently, we need to go to masking 2.0. Because what's happened, unlike in Germany, there are more, with the exception of the state of California, who probably have more people masked than I'm seeing in general in Germany, but in the US, it's just ridiculous. And Arizona's been ridiculous in terms of my views, at least, lack of masking. But I think when we said, okay, you can take it off now, okay, everything's fine, people, that's what they wanted to stick, right? So they're not looking again at the stats over here. They're just saying, look, there are serious problems going on. So now, to me, one way I've started to think about it is, okay, masking by convenience, even by convenience, would be a huge improvement, right? So when I cannot fathom why people would go to a grocery store and not have a mask on. They're not talking to anybody. They're not interacting. They're pulling things off the shelves, whatever. But I think it's like, okay, now we've got freedom. We don't have to do this. So I think there are going to be adaptations that are going to happen like that, where it's a movement to, nobody's following me yet on the 2.0, except for a few friends, but in the thinking of that I've shared it with. But this idea that, okay, we do an adaptation, but don't assume that's going to be where we are now. Don't even assume that's going to be for the next week, the next month, whatever. We've got to keep an eye open on what's happening and what may cause that. So I appreciate your comment. We need a break, I think.
Yeah, but thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Liz.
5 minutes break. So grab some coffee. We have also cake there for taking care of that. And we will see us again here in 5 minutes. So I will just and stick to the time, so we have time to discuss.
Okie dokie. I will make my best attempt to stick to the time.
To plug you out.
All right, so this is a nice segue into from Dr. Pearson's discussion in terms of leading a time of turbulence doesn't have to be a crisis. So my name is Attila Hertelendy. I wear multiple different hats. I'm an associate professor in the College of Business at Florida International University in Miami, Florida, and also the director of research in the Disaster Medicine Fellowship at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center at Harvard Medical School. And then a recent appointment, I'm in charge of the Global Climate Change Consortium for Columbia Mailman School of Public Health at Columbia University. So we're going to talk a little bit about the dynamics, and I kind of formulated this more practical as well. We didn't talk before this, but we coordinated this quite well in terms of the practical nature of the competencies that leaders really need to have as it relates to crisis leadership. And we'll talk a little bit about some best practices in terms of crisis leadership. So the question that I have for you is, what have we learned during this pandemic? We've learned one thing, that many assumptions have been challenged. Things that we've taken for granted, things that we thought that this is the way that it needs to work. We've taken that for granted, right? In terms of that preparedness, that notion of preparedness is really weakly supported. But if you think about it, the other question is, what have we really learned? And I would argue and postulate that very little. everyone's quick right now to forget what happened and wants to move on and have a normal life, right? Everyone's really thinking about things from that perspective. But in terms of applied learning to make a difference for future responses, for future crises, it's arguable, it's an arguable point that maybe we haven't learned as much as we think we have. Or if we have, much of what we understand and know is anecdotal evidence. Very little has been actually codified in saying, okay, next time this happens, this is what we need to do. We also know that we have a very different landscape in the world today, right? It's not like you can say we have one incident like we used to have before. It makes headlines. It makes headlines for a long time. We're consistently being bombarded with one incident after another, and these are in large scales. I mean, this is yesterday, and we talked about this in our group, what I was facing in Florida. And this is what the pictures are the day after a major category 4.9. You can only go to 5 is the worst. Hit basically the west coast of Florida. And many are saying that this is the worst storm in Florida's history as it relates to a hurricane, just on how big it is. And it's not 100% done yet, but massive storm surge has occurred. And this seems to be something that when we're talking about large scale, so this wasn't little, this isn't just, okay, another little hurricane. These are major incidents happening one after another, not giving sufficient time for organizational leaders, state governments, hospitals, any other entity that you want to think of, time to recover, or even us as individuals with time to recover. When you think about this from the big picture, businesses have also thought about this to some degree. If you look at the World Economic Forum, what have they indicated are the big issues going forward as a short-term, in a short-term perspective? Well, as you can see, climate action failure, right up there, extreme weather, infectious diseases, and then here we start to see some of the things like debt crisis, cybersecurity failure. These are the things that are on the minds of world leaders, of organizational leaders in terms of companies. And then you can see some of these things that when things go wrong, you have extreme weather, you have climate action failure, then you start to have these intermediary effects, livelihood crisis, social cohesion issues. To be quite frank, we haven't seen that yet. We've seen pockets of this. We've seen Arab Spring, we've seen protests and things like that. We haven't seen a whole country yet melt down due to social cohesion erosion, livelihood crisis. That is another crisis that we don't necessarily think of what could actually happen. In terms of global risks, and in the scale, you can see the likelihood of something happening on the bottom and the impact. Obviously, having weapons of mass destruction go off, you know, that can be really bad, but the likelihood of that happening, very small. I direct your attention to the top right. This is where we're at, and this is still an issue. Infectious diseases, we're not out of the woods. I mean, think about this for a minute. We have had the resurgence of what? Polio. Up until recently, no one even knew what monkeypox was. But we're having the resurgence of infectious diseases, and these are all tied to climate action failure. Because all those critters that were in the jungle before, and all those different animals that were in the jungle before, as you start to burn down these trees and as you start to see more climate action or inaction, and these are affecting it, all those things are coming out of where they naturally were, coming into society, where you have now the introduction of what? Novel infectious diseases. And hence, this is becoming a very large problem. You're also seeing migration, refugee crisis, all these different types of things, brings all those diseases that were endemic in a specific region, now into other areas where there's no protection, no immunity, and things of that nature. So all those things on the upper right, increased likelihood of happening, just painting the picture in terms of the fact that we're not out of the woods. These are the crises that are still brewing, have the potential to brew, and can have, you know, very significant impacts. And think about this now when you have all of these things going on all at the same time or in rapid succession. This is like a time unparalleled in history, because you talk to some people like, well, yes, we had wars, we had, 50 years ago it was just as bad as it is today. I don't think so. I think when you start to put into the aspect of cybersecurity failure and things like that, when everything melts down, it melts down really bad. And we haven't even talked about here yet the notion of terrorism. So if you were to add that to the mix, now you really even have some more complications. So when you're looking at the long-term risks, again, the picture doesn't really change that much. Look at where everything is here. In our view, this one is still brewing right now. I think, and Christine, you probably agree with me where you live. You're more acutely aware of this and are probably living this right now. But you can see that this ranking order here, extreme weather, climate action failure, disasters, these are the big picture, long-term, 10 years of what people are concerned about. I'm very concerned about this last one here, more so than anything, because it's not being talked about enough. But the water crisis, we're going to have major wars and major problems as a result of that. Even the WHO 2 years ago had elevated the risks in terms of the top most urgent global health challenges, epidemics, infectious diseases, and elevating the climate debate. I would postulate that it's no longer a debate, but it's a time for action, and more action and more discussion is needed in this area. So how does this impact hospitals? When we're thinking about it from a hospital perspective, these crises have a significant financial impact, and one that we still are in the United States, these are United States numbers, still kind of trying to get above water in terms of some hospitals really were significantly affected. They didn't have the ability to do surgeries, reliant on those incomes, majorly impacted revenues. So what I want to kind of narrow our discussion here now is on what we've learned and how we are training future leaders. There is a significant gap between what our expectations are in a crisis of leaders and what we've trained them to actually do. So think about this. Many of the CEOs and many of the organizational leaders that we have out there that graduate from business schools, or if we look at public health, graduate from schools, MPH programs, Masters in Public Health programs, very few of these have been trained on how to deal with a crisis. Yet the public expected, and organizations expect these leaders to be able to perform. So there's a disconnect there. This is not a conversation that's happening in organizations and saying, hey, you know what? We could really use some help in figuring out how to do this. In fact, if we look at this, I actually did a study during COVID, and in healthcare administration programs, so if we're looking at hospital leaders and CEOs, I looked at, okay, what kind of disaster, what kind of crisis leadership training is occurring in accredited Masters of Health Administration programs, in master's programs. And very, very, very few of them actually had anything to do with a disaster. Out of 103 programs, you can see 18 of them in some way or shape was kind of talking about some kind of emergency and disaster management within their programs. So clearly, we have opportunity here to consider crisis leadership as a core competency within the curriculum. for sure within healthcare administration. We're expecting these hospital leaders to be able to deal with crises. You talked about active shooters, one after another. And this is a very American problem, more so than anywhere else. Bringing guns into hospitals, things of that nature. We need to include this as a core competency, as something that we expect from our leaders to be able to do. And hence we need to change curriculum to match that. I asked actually current students, like, do you think that we should be teaching you guys about disasters? Do you think that's important in your curriculum to learn how to manage a crisis? Because remember, we're teaching future healthcare leaders. And they're like, yeah, 96% said, yes, absolutely. We definitely need to have that. Question then became, why are you not teaching us?
Yeah.
So we really need to change our approach to crisis. And we need to stop applying really 20th century solutions to 21st century problems. Like the way that we did it before really is not working. Incidentally, I published a paper on MBA programs, same thing. Out of all the AACSB accredited MBA programs, there were literally 3 programs that had anything to do with crisis leadership. Now, I teach crisis leadership in my executive MBA program because I deliberately put it in there, and students loved it. And they're like, okay, this is great. We are much better prepared to deal with crises. Thanks for putting that in. And I also think that the cases and the curriculum needs to be updated where we actually run simulations. So I have a friend of mine from MIT that we actually do crisis simulations, and we put people through and we make them sweat and we make them bleed and we make them cry and we do all these types of things. What an actual crisis is. Because you can talk about it academically all you want, but you put someone in there and say, okay, now you need to manage this with lots of things going on, multiple crises happening at the same time. So we addressed this in a paper right when COVID started. And already I was thinking about this and saying, wait a minute, we have a hurricane coming. We wrote this paper. What happens when we had to do with 2 things at the same time? At that time, it was just 2 things. It was hurricane, COVID. How do you mitigate that? Then future things happened where you had COVID, hurricanes, wildfires, cyber attacks, all these things happening all at the same time, right? So this became a really big issue in terms of being able to pivot. How do you actually do that? So one of the things that we've been talking about for a long time is the aspect of collaboration. And we're not really sure if collaboration is happening when we look at the literature. It's been talked about for a long time, but we do need to do that. And we need to do that much more intentionally than we've done before. Because realistically, if we don't have a cross-disciplinary approach, both to the practical aspect of what we do and also on the research side, we're really kind of then essentially working in silos. And I experienced it as a researcher during COVID, where we were in silos because I had colleagues that were doing the same research. And I was like, okay, I extended over to them and saying, let's pull in the engineering people. Let's pull in medicine. Let's pull in business. Medicine people don't want to talk to business people. I'm like, hey, I want you guys to understand our perspective. And so physicians right now, I'm training them. Hey, you need these business skills. You need to understand about the financial impacts of disasters. You need to understand about these. You need to understand about emotional intelligence. You need to understand about how do you actually get people to do the things that you need them to do. For example, 2 of our fellows deployed to the Ukraine. And did you know that they didn't do any medicine at all? What they did was crisis leadership. Because what did they have to do? They had to convince the Ukrainians that Americans providing aid is in their best interest, because they're like, well, we don't need you. Like, why should we listen to you? Why should we do anything? So you had to understand the framework. There was a lot of diplomacy that had to happen before any aid was rendered. Most people don't know this, that, hey, wow, in the crisis, we thought everything was going to operate smoothly. There's a lot of behind the scenes things that are having to occur that are all pure org behavior topics, right? All leadership. How do you convince people to do things that they don't want to do? How do you motivate them? How do you understand the politics of the situation? How do you understand power? Who's got power? Who doesn't? These all play into this very significantly. So one of the things that we need to do is absorb the entity that already exists, and that is emergency management. So emergency management, again, a siloed discipline that's out to itself. Most people don't even know what they do, but they're supposed to be bringing chaos to all this, or organizing all the chaos that's going on. And so when the organization chart fails to manage the crisis, emergency management, part of healthcare organizations, in many healthcare organizations in the US, this is not an actual mandated function within all hospitals. So in some hospitals, this is very much optional. And what happens is that clinical people get tasks with emergency management. They say, okay, you're a nurse, you're kind of interested in emergency stuff. Here you go. You're now in charge of all the disasters and crisis in our organization. Great. Only here's $50,000 or whatever that figure is. Here, go do that extra stuff. And they have no idea. They go then start attending courses and trying to figure it out and navigate all this. This is an actual discipline unto itself. People go to school for this. We actually have master's degree that are all in this. However, again, it is very isolated and it is in siloed. This is the part that was missing during COVID. Emergency management, working with all the other entities in healthcare, they were not necessarily aligned. Or if they were not elevated to where they needed to be to provide that support function. So these are things that need to be considered. I need to go a little bit faster because I'm running out of time.
Otherwise, we don't have time for questions.
We don't have time for questions. So
no, I mean, it's the wrong way.
C-suite's role in a crisis. So I want to bring this back to the strategic perspective here. C-suites need to understand that they need to get trained in crisis leadership, and they really do need to have others within their organization brought up to the same speed. So one of the things that C-suite leaders have told me, and we have a paper forthcoming that discusses this, is that they felt very vulnerable during COVID because they didn't know anything about emergency operations. And it wasn't until they got thrust into the emergency operations centers and they were kind of learning as they were going, obviously not the way to actually handle a crisis. But my concern is, okay, they got that experience, but how are we ensuring that that learning is going to be continuing and that those C-suite entities now actually operationalize this and it actually becomes part of the corporate culture, that we practice this, we do these drills, we send people for this training, sort of the same kind of thing that was done, back in the 50s and earlier when it came to nuclear preparedness and things like that. Every school kid was prepared. They knew how to go to the bomb shelter. All this kind of things was etched into consciousness in terms of readiness, preparedness, and that crisis leadership was there. And now we sort of see that hasn't really translated to what's happening at the C-suite. It is not necessarily part of organizational thinking, definitely not part of organizational planning in many entities. Some it is, in some industries it's better than others, and others, especially in healthcare, honestly, at the moment, we are pivoting from one crisis to the other. We have not had time in many organizations to take that deep breath and say, okay, what have we actually learned? How do we apply this going forward? And with that, since I'm out of time, I had like 10 more, 15 more slides, but let's just call it that. Questions, comments? Please.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I absolutely agree with you that we need crisis management as a core competence for managers. But maybe if you look at the shareholders, they may say crisis management, why do we need that? Because the probability is very small that the crisis occurs. And we wouldn't, or we don't think that we need it because we would like it better. We would get more dividend on our shares. How to convince the shareholders?
Slide number 3. When you look at the short-term World Economic Forum projections, this is our major concerns, and this is risk, right? The insurance people and stuff like that, when you show them, hey, we're reducing risk for our organization by doing crisis leadership training, immediately you get the attention of the people that are in finance, risk, and also the insurance people, right? Because that's the magic to their ears. Okay, you're reducing risk, you're reducing insurance, you're doing all these steps to do that, no problem. Because the other way around is you have a major issue happen, and then it's going to affect profitability for sure. So there's many steps that we can, we can take. And in one of my concluding slides, I want to just reiterate that for all intents and purposes, and don't take this the wrong way, COVID-19 was dress rehearsal. Okay, it wasn't, and please don't misinterpret what I'm saying. It wasn't as bad as people think it was. If we had something like the transmissibility of measles and what we call the R0 factor of something like Ebola, people would be dropping dead beside you. You don't have to worry about masks. People would be dropping dead right beside you, and then people like, oh my God, this is like a very serious thing, kind of like Spanish influenza. We didn't see that. We didn't see that. We had some time to prepare things like that. You get another infectious disease that comes in, and you don't have any vaccination. Now you have a whole bunch of people in the world that are thinking about this. Believe me, this is going to become an issue. Do you get vaccinated or not? And a lot of people are like, no, they don't trust the government. They don't think they're going to do that. So this is going to become a very, very, very big issue going forward. And this is why we need to adamantly prepare more effectively for the next thing that is coming. Charlotte?
Yeah, now consider with this attitude about all this, oh no, we are tired of wearing masks, which is actually, as you said, in the supermarket for 15 minutes for sure. If you have a hairdresser who has to wear it the whole day while working, but the client who's just coming in, sitting there, not moving, it's not a problem. So it's also this perspective, who is wearing the masks?
Yeah.
But if we now combine this attitude of, no, we are sick of that, in combination with maybe another more deadly virus pandemic without any prior research on what we had on SARS. Yeah, I think this is a big problem.
It is a big problem. And one of the things that we talked about at dinner yesterday was the fact that all the people that got this experience during COVID now, they're all burnt out. They're not going to be your future leaders because they're all leaving. So it's a major issue. We'll go here and then we'll go to
I have one
please.
risen hand in the chat. So Prem, maybe you can unmute.
Yes. Thanks for the. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can.
Good. It was really wonderful listening to your presentation. My study is also on a hospital that managed the COVID-19, and I found that it's not about the one leader, but it's about multiple leaders having the purpose that help at least one hospital in Pakistan managing the crisis. What is your take on this? Is it about the leadership being distributed, or it would be the same centralized structure that works also in the crisis situations?
So if we're talking about hospitals in specific, I mean, in hospitals, we have systems like HICS, the Hospital Incident Command System that's very linear and works for certain crises. It's a little bit more challenging for something like COVID because we've never experienced something with that duration. But for sure, the key is to establish opportunities for leaders to be multidisciplinary in their perspective. So instead of looking at things, a solution for an organization emanating from just one area, we need to start cross-training people. We need to start looking at multidisciplinary, I wouldn't say like committees, but essentially teams that are formed that can actually work and utilize those strengths in terms of all the different perspectives that are brought to the table. So if you think about this back to leadership theory, positive organizational scholarship really emphasizes that point. StrengthsFinder. So if you're thinking about StrengthsFinder, you're bringing together teams that are complementary, right? You're not going to put all of your people that are visionaries. You're not going to put all of your people that are executors on the team, because then no one's going to think big picture. You're just going to be at this level. So you have to kind of bring same kind of thing. You want to bring all these different multi-sectorial, multidisciplinary people together to be able to solve these problems. Hope that answers your question. And then you had a...
Yeah, you said we need time. At that time, we had time to plan it. And now you say we don't have time to reflect upon what did we learn. So if time is the major, and we don't get more time, I think maybe.
Yes.
So what do you think is the solution?
We need to train them. Right now in school, while they're in school, they need to have this crisis leadership while we're preparing our next batch of leaders. So they do need to have that formal training, that formal experience, those types of things built, and so that they can bring it back to their organization saying this is really important. Because you do have some organizations that do think this is really important and they've been doing it for years, and others just this is like all brand new. And so we have those kinds of issues. One thing I'll leave with is that any of you that are interested in crisis leadership in terms of the academic perspective, we have an actual research network called CLERN, the Crisis Leadership Research Network, that meets every second Tuesday at 4 p.m. Miami time. And so please send me an email if you're interested in joining. We have about 10 different people around the globe, from Australia, from Canada, the US, the UK, and so now we need some more people from Europe to round that out in terms of researchers and scholars. So welcome to join us for that. And we're publishing papers and doing academic conference presentations as well. So that's what the group is doing. Any other comments or questions?
Yes, we have a question. Could you please share the title, records paper of your upcoming paper on C-suite?
On which one, sorry?
On C-suite leadership.
Oh, C-suite leadership. Yes, that is still coming. I will, whoever needs that, they can send me an email. I can.
Yeah, maybe it would have just.
Yeah. So here's my email address. They can send me an email. Any other questions?
We have to close now because otherwise we are really behind our schedule. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you
for your presentation.
Cheers.
I just need a second to put it on the screen. Thanks everyone for having me. Let me address two elephants in the room. The first one being the title of my presentation is completely different from what it's in the agenda. So basically what has happened was a couple of months ago, we submitted the paper to the AMJ. And one day before my wedding, I received 18 pages of feedback. And we tried to implement that feedback into our paper. We basically rewrote the whole thing and we came up with a new title, and that's what I'm going to present to you today. And that's what I'm going to walk you through. So basically I'm walking you through our paper. Well, that's the one elephant in the room. The second one, I just totally forgot well, I will just start with my presentation. Maybe it comes back to my mind. So basically the point of departure for our paper has been that I am, as a PhD student myself, interested in team and organizational level resilience. And resilience really generally and broadly speaking is about positively adapting to adverse, and extreme can be some kind of adverse situations and contexts. And I will get to different conceptualizations of resilience in a minute. And I do think, or we just think, that studying extreme context for the actual study of resilience is really interesting, because Hällgren et al., they put it like this: extreme contexts are able to showcase the best and worst behaviors of organizational members. You might face as something, okay, that's a devil. Okay, thank you. No, that's.
No, that's
Yeah. Wasn't it right?
No.
It's right on the. Now it's right.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Well, think from this perspective. In an extreme situation, you might face a situation in which you might die. So you might behave in a way that's kind of different from a more mundane context. So we can learn a lot from these extreme contexts. And that's the second elephant I wanted to address in the beginning. I'm not studying with this specific paper healthcare organization. It's rather a military organization, but I think the results, which I'm going to show you in the end, we can translate them really well and nicely to all kinds of organizations, not just healthcare, not just military, even startups and just regular, good old mundane organizations. In this specific paper, we are focusing on emotion regulation as one specific part that is really tremendously important to the resilience of teams. How did we come to this? Well, how did we come to focusing on emotion regulation? Our study is really, really grounded in nature. So we tried not to do just a Joya coding. We tried to really inductively go about the data. So I'm going to discuss what kind of data we analyze, its biographies, and we try to analyze it in the most inductive way we could use and do. So we basically read all the biographies, I will mention that in a moment, and try to see what things make the team that we analyze, or the teams rather, what made them resilient. And we came to the conclusion that it seems to be really important that they regulate their emotions in kind of several ways. But just let me head over to resilience, generally speaking, and how it is conceptualized and how we conceptualize it in our study. So there are mainly three ways in how to conceptualize team resilience. You can conceptualize it and define it as a capacity, so kind of a latent ability, capacity to deal with future crisis events, extreme events. You can define it as an outcome, which relates to being able to adapt and bounce back from extreme events. And you can define it as a process, which focuses on the actual demonstration of resilience during extreme events. And that's what we focus on in our study. And I brought with me a nice figure created by Fischer et al. From 2019, which quite nicely shows you, and I'll just go to the screen in front of us, which quite nicely shows you that we have an adversity trigger, the onset of an extreme event, and we want to come and get to a resilience outcome, which can be the demonstration of resilience. But how do we get there during the extreme events? There are several resilience mechanisms and resilience promoting factors that teams could use to handle these extreme situations they are facing. And especially, I would like to point your attention towards the resilience mechanisms, which are defined by Fischer et al. As variables representing the specific reactions, responses, and strategies displayed by individuals when they encounter adversity. And one such resilience mechanism might be the regulation of emotion during times of heightened stress. Why is it important to regulate emotions? During extreme context, during extreme situations, organizational members face quite the challenge in terms of their emotional responses. They feel a bunch of differing emotions, most of them probably negative in nature. Fear for your own life, anger that you are in such a situation, that your friends, your colleagues might die, you might be really tense. There are several emotions that come into play. And in its essence, negative emotions, if not regulated properly, they might lead to dysfunctional behavior. And that's what I asked you about in the beginning about conservation of resources. If you're not able to regulate your emotions properly, you might disengage from the overall attempts of the team to demonstrate resilience, and you might just want to try to save yourself. Something I will talk in a moment about. And well, what's the outcome that we need, the resilient outcome that we want to achieve? It might be emotional stability, just the ability to cope with negative emotions that arise, just to be able to address any kind of adversity that emerges. And how can we get to that point of emotional stability? Well, it's emotion regulation in the extreme context. And emotion regulation, defined by COVRES, it's a process by which individuals influence which emotions they have, when they have them, and how they experience and express these emotions. And as I said before, emotion regulation might be a potential resilience mechanism. And what we try to do in our study is we would like to shed light on this resilience process, especially this resilience mechanisms, these promoting factors also, and we draw from emotion regulation theory. So we are, or I am myself, a resilience scholar, not an emotion or emotion regulation scholar, but we draw from this theory to answer our research questions, which are, what kind of specific emotion regulation practices can organizational members enact to facilitate the team resilience outcomes, and which team resilience promoting factors, thinking about Fischer et al. Just a couple of seconds ago, facilitate these practices of emotion regulation. So you can, in a really simple way, think about our model like this. So we have these promoting factors, which we call team endowments, and I will go into more detail just in a couple of seconds, that lead to resilience outcomes themselves, but they also lead to resilience mechanisms, which are, among others, emotion regulation. But before I come to our data analysis, I would like to talk about our case. And I said that we are analyzing a military organization. We are analyzing a Second World War paratrooper unit called Easy Company, which you can see on the bottom half of that figure. Easy Company itself was part of the larger 101st Airborne Division. The company itself was divided into several platoons, and each platoon was again divided into several squads. And we used biographies of these members of Easy Company to analyze well, how that team dealt with the extreme context of the Second World War. So basically, our level of analysis is where you can see the red circle on the squad level. Why did we choose Easy Company as our focal point? Why did we choose it as a team, or as teams that we wanted to study? So first of all, those are multiple teams, multiple squads fighting for a common purpose. It's an extreme context over a longer period of time. They started to train in 1942, and they were the first ones to occupy Hitler's Eagle's Nest, so in 1945. And those biographies, they deal exclusively with the war years. So they start basically in 1942 when they enlisted for military service, and they end in 1945. So the most important parts of their lives are the military service, and that's what these biographies try to address. Well, shared suffering is pronounced more in the military context, and especially Easy Company is quite well to study as an overall company, as teams, because it's among the most well-documented companies and units from the Second World War. So in total, we had access to basically all of the biographies and autobiographies and historical accounts, which totaled in 14 books, aka 4,500 pages of text about the war years. Our databases consisted of the statements made by the squad members, so quotes, their own words, which again resulted in 143 standard typewritten pages, aka 42,000 words, which we basically put into MaxQDA, our program to analyze the data. And I just want to show you our data structure that resulted in the end from all this analysis. So we have these team resilience endowments, and those are confidence, cohesion, and a feeling of responsibility for others. Those are quite, well, they are not so special if you ask me, but it's not the gist of our paper. I'm coming to that in a second. But why did we call confidence, cohesion, and responsibility team resilience endowments? Basically, we refer to them as endowments because they are created prior to the war during the training days and years, but the team and the team members can utilize those during the actual fighting, during the actual extreme context. So by being confident in an extreme situation, confident in your own abilities and the abilities of others, you not only can demonstrate resilience, but you can only improve your emotion regulation. More on this in a moment. It will become a clear picture for you, I promise. Cohesion, and I give you some exemplary quotes in a moment. Well, it's quite clear. It's a feeling of belonging, sticking together, and responsibility is not about leaders just having responsibility, but everyone from the team has responsibility, not just for themselves, but for others as well. I personally think that this is the main point of our paper. Those are the team practices of emotion regulation, how they actually dealt with the extreme events during the actual fighting. And they had 3 ways of dealing with these extreme events. They started to normalize. Normalizing refers to putting situations into perspective. It's not as bad as it appears. It's a normal situation. We trained for the war. We used to be here. We should be here. Everything is normal, even while being surrounded by German troops. The second practice of emotion regulation is distracting. They started to sing while being shelled by the Germans. They tried to use humor while being in the plane deploying for D-Day. And they shaved themselves to show others, well, we should look good. And the last practice of emotion regulation that they use is called addressing. They try to address emotions by hugging others, by talking to them, or by just ignoring the fear, which is kind of an individual way of addressing those. Not sure how much time I have left, but I brought some quotes with me just to make the points clear. So confidence, I just read them for you. We were trained for this kind of warfare, and it was our training which saved most of us. And you can see quite nicely the how confidence relates to demonstrating resilience. Cohesion, as if our strengths hadn't come from being Don, Skip, Joe, Bill, Frank, Burr, Gordon, and the rest, but from being one single unit. Responsibility. Hell, we were all at the breaking point, hanging on to whatever shred of resolve we still had in us. And if a few of us didn't stand up and lead, as if we were going to somehow survive this cold and outlast this last gas push by the crowds, the Germans, what would happen to Easy Company? The crowds have cut the highway behind us, so there's nothing to get excited about, Winter said. The situation is normal, we're surrounded. Popeye Wynn was another good friend, and Walter Hendricks, he and I used to sing together. The Germans were always shelling us. During the shelling, we harmonized as loud as we could. Both of us sang at the top of our voices to let them know they weren't getting to us. And addressing, and that's quite the long one, but it's a nice quote, I think. While sitting in the foxhole one day together with Mike, I think it just got to me. All of a sudden, during one of the heavy shellings we had, I saw a bird sticking his head up out of the side of my foxhole. I looked at it and it was there and it was going beep, beep, beep. I tapped my elbow against Mike's arm and told him to look at it. He took a look and said, "There's no darn bird there, Clancy. I was seeing things." Mike knew what was going on and gave me a big hug, which calmed me down. Good thing he did, because I might have snapped and run out of our foxhole. Who knows what would have happened next? I was so certain that bird was there, but it just wasn't. And we tried, after having this data structure, we tried to put it more into a motion picture kind of way. So that's really static, and we tried to put it all together to describe this resilience process that I mentioned in the beginning. And that's what I wanted to show you on my last slide and discuss with you. And that's the resulting model of our analysis. So on the left side, you have these team resilience endowment that are built prior to the war and that are utilized and used during the actual fighting. So the confidence, the cohesion, and the feeling of being responsible for myself and others, they directly translated to the resilience outcome on the one hand. So by being confident, by having a high degree of cohesion, by being responsible for others, they could demonstrate their resilience. But on the other hand, these team resilience endowments, they facilitated these practices of emotion regulation. By being confident, you might be better able to help others in dealing with their emotions, or yourself with your own emotions. Cohesion helps it. Feeling responsible for others, you try to help them dealing with their emotions. And then we have these 3 kinds of emotion regulation practices I mentioned. And as I told you, we drew from emotion regulation theory, and we try to do the following. We try to see how we can further distinguish those practices. And normalizing and distracting, they are more or less antecedent focused. They focus on emerging emotions, but emotions that have not emerged yet, while addressing is rather response focused. Negative emotions emerged, now we have to address them. And what's interesting from our study is that we could clearly see that with increasing tension and severity of the situation they were in, they started to shift from normalizing towards distracting, towards addressing. When it all started, they tried to just normalize the situation. It's okay, it's fine, we're surrounded. When they started to get shelled by Germans and it became more dangerous to them, they started to distract themselves from the ongoing danger. But when others of the team members were vaporized basically by mortar grenades, they had to address the emotions. They had to tell themselves and others, can we deal with it? And how to deal with it. And they hugged themselves and whatever they all did. And by being able to regulate those emotions of the team collectively, individually and collectively, that also helped them in demonstrating their resilience. And resilience in the context of our study is not about winning the war. It's about being able to, take care of the outside pressures. It's being able to fight back. That's what resilience is all about in this extreme situation here. And as a last point, and then I'm done, which is quite interesting, and maybe it's something we add to the literature on resilience, it's the recursive nature of this whole process, which you can see with that less gray or the more grayish arrow to the left. Resilience is not something that you create at one point in time. It's something that evolves over time. So the best case scenario would be that you have a resilience outcome, they demonstrate resilience, and then they would be more confident in subsequent situations. They would have created a higher level of cohesion. They would feel even more responsible for others in the team. This would lead to being able or being better able to regulate emotions subsequently. But what if they could not demonstrate the resilience properly? What if they could not regulate the emotions properly? That would create some kind of vicious cycle, which in the end probably would lead to confidence decreasing, cohesion decreasing, and responsibility towards myself increasing. I would try to save myself instead of my team. And that's something that happened in the context of our study as well. Some of the soldiers shot themselves in the foot. They tried to, during the Battle of the Bulge, during minus 30 degrees Celsius, they put their shoes away and they tried to let their feet freeze just to get out of there. They left the team alone, basically, just to get out of there, conserve maybe their own resources. And what happens is if everyone does that, the team would not exist, basically. So you have maybe this vicious cycle and this virtuous cycle, depending on how they demonstrate resilience in the end. Not sure how long it took me, but I'm done. Thank you very much for the attention.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we have 7 minutes for discussion left. So it's more than we have before.
Awesome, I rushed a bit. So if anything is not clear, just ask me.
So you want to start?
Yeah, so I have a question, well, more of an observation.
Yeah.
So basically, in one of your quotes that you had mentioned earlier, I think it was a profound quote that talked about, well, we're used to this, we got this, we refer back to our training. We were trained for this, right? This one here. That kind of goes back to what we've been talking about earlier, that if you have the training and in crisis leadership, it becomes second nature for you to be able to do this. And maybe, in terms of, future research or discussion, maybe we should be advocating more for this type of training and kind of institutionalizing it within organizations, maybe even like having a crisis leadership team or that type of thing. I've been advancing, the notion of maybe we need to have in organizations a chief resiliency officer or a chief, emergency management officer or something to this effect at the corporate C-suite level. Because as we've seen, the 10-year projection, it's not like anyone can argue like, back to, I forget your name, you made this comment, well, organizations might say, well, this is an expenditure or shareholders don't want to have this because it costs money. I think the argument is very clear that to build organizational resiliency, this needs to be second nature.
Yeah, totally agree. And that's also what made this unit special. They were trained for the warfare together for more than 2 years, while other units did not do the same. They were trained with strangers and then they went with strangers into the war. So they shifted and, well, shuffled the teams again. So what I would add is that it's important that if you train for something like this, that you have to have people you can trust in.
Yeah, that's actually a very big premise of disaster management, is that you don't want to be showing up to a disaster never having met your counterpart across the table. You should have had those conversations and those meetings and those trainings where you got to socialize, normalize with those people, so you could call up and, like, because this is such a major issue in disasters, is break down the bureaucracy. You could just call Nina and say, hey, I know you have your processes, but can you make this happen? And like, okay, I'll take care of it. Whereas it would have taken several layers of bureaucracy to make that step happen, because you have those relationships built and that team spirit and that cooperation, it definitely breaks down the bureaucracy, definitely makes it works smoother. And you could probably say, you know, from a soldier's perspective, it enhances, you know, like you talked about confidence, cohesion, that sense of, you know, the ability for the team to actually perform, and increasing its performance ability is really key. And survivability, I guess, if you want to think about it from that perspective.
And especially this aspect from this team was like trained together. We know that also from the high reliability team, that this is a really important issue, that they know their roles, that they can like communicate without speaking and all that stuff. So we know that this is a very important aspect to be able to act in crisis, and it's not so different. So if you have, I don't know, a crisis in a hospital and stuff like that, you also have to work together as a team. So, but this is a different literature.
You know what's interesting about that is they started with 150 men when the war started, but of course people were injured, they injured themselves and they died. So replacements came in, and what they said in their biographies was they didn't trust those replacements. They didn't want them next to them because they know they wouldn't handle it as well as those old dogs that started with the war. So having people next to you that experience the same stuff, I think it's quite important, yeah.
So picking up on what you said there, that goes back to the issue earlier about being able, not having to second guess each other because you knew you could and expect Christina, because we had been involved together, expect that. You talked about, I got to find the right note on this. You talked about not demonstrating, people who didn't demonstrate emotional regulation tended to disengage from the team and go more towards self-interest. But just as sort of a side note, I think it's just phenomenal.
Thank you very much.
It should be a movie. You talked about trying to put, I mean, I can't wait to read your paper. Seriously.
Thank you so much.
It just sounds great. Seems great. My dad was a World War II pilot, and so this really struck. But the flip side of that is that if you don't demonstrate emotional intelligence or the regulation, the team may pull away from you. So you could have situations, if that was not going on within the team, it's not just that you may pull away because you're not, you know, that they're not seeming to fit there or whatever, but the team will also pull away from people who don't demonstrate emotional regulation, particularly in a setting where that's going on kind of as a norm, which sounds like was the case with this one.
And that's an interesting side note. I think then these resilience endowments, these team resilience endowments come into play. So if you have a team that's really close together, then you would feel responsible for the others in the emotional regulation. But we have the case in those biographies, and I kind of read them. I read so much about this company. It's really interesting. And we had the case with those replacements, and they had a new replacement coming in. And when the Germans shelled them during the night, that replacement cried all night. And they were annoyed by it. They said, he's crying all night. It's just getting to my nerves. And could he please stop with it? And they didn't help him during, at least from what I could tell.
Just a quick question also. What was the source for the two questions?
Yeah.
What was the source for it? And why were they writing diaries? Like, was that part of their training activity or?
No, it's not really diaries what they did. So they were a really close-knit company, and they had these war reunions many years after the Second World War. And Stephen Ambrosi, a World War II historian, came to these reunions, and he wrote a book on them. He did some interviews with some members, and he wrote a book, Band of Brothers. It's the Band of Brothers company. So if you know the TV show Band of Brothers, they gained international fame through this book and this TV show. Then others tried to write their own biographies. Some others already did write their biographies, and that's how it all came together, which of course is one of the limitations we mentioned in the paper, because since they wrote these biographies, some of them after the TV show emerged, they might have, well, it might have played with their memories kind of in a way. They saw it in the TV show, maybe it has happened the way it was shown in the TV show. So
yeah, but there are always like, you never have perfect.
No, you don't.
They just,
No.
so you can just if you have this, and then you can try, for example, with a high reliability team to show, okay, because we have also the time aspect here, and then time is changing, time is affecting a lot. So, but
and you know, just what I wanted to mention last is what I said in the beginning, that you can apply to many kinds of or different kinds of organizations. It's the model, the resulting model. It's not just translatable or transferable to military organizations. You have problems with regulating your emotions properly in a healthcare organization, or even in startups where you have a financial crisis or whatever, or if the founder dies, or there are so many different examples you can think of where it needs this emotion regulation.
I think we should now finish with Christina.
Yeah, okay, and
then
thank you. And on top of that, and also what you mentioned before, because there is something in this context. Sometimes I work with people from the Special Operations, the Air Forces, and there is something there that, you know, we become the best friends of life. Yeah. And also we have something like, you're never alone. The answer is in the team. You know, we have some really, really strong core beliefs, and you know, transferring that into another context of a business context, I'm like, what is challenges there maybe, because it's such a strong cultural aspect around those teams. So did you see any?
It feels like that in more mundane context, operating organizations can learn a lot from this close-knit ties that emerge in such a military context, because at least to me from the data, it feels like while those are pretty classic concepts, confidence, cohesion, and responsibility, they are not something that many organizations and organizational members take for granted. It's something they have to consciously implement. They have to consciously create. And I do believe that's something that's not just in crisis context or mundane context or extreme context, it's highly needed from the organizations and the team members.
And also, you know, talking about the extreme context, it's a matter of life or death. In the business context, we might, you know, not die from it, but so there is like this ties that are really, really, really extremely strong in that context, maybe.
Well, in the business context, it's about organizational survival. And of course, it has a negative effect on you if your organization dies away, and then you probably have to kind of regulate it.
Okay. Nice.
That's a very good point about the business side, because I think that's really where the key challenge now is that so many people are not vested in their organizations. Like, it's okay, it's not my problem, I just go work there, right? There's nothing that binds them together, that this is a, you know, like if you looked at conflict or whatever, it's like, okay, we all need to band together within this organization because, you know, it's for the country or whatever, or survival or whatever. But there's so many.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, there's so many people, particularly in the young people, that just there's no attachment to the organization. So whether it succeeds or fails or whatever, it's not their thing. So getting those people to commit to that type of thing, I think is a challenge for sure.
So we now change from our in-person presentations to our online presentations. So Michael, Stefanie, are you there? So can you share your screen?
Okay, then we start. We would like to welcome you to our presentation with the title Teamwork in Extreme Context. My name is Stefanie Popp.
Garkisch.
Yeah. Oh, we can split. Yes.
We would like to start to show us the short agenda for the next 50 minutes. We start with the overview, then resource questions and the method we use, the results and summary, and first conclusion and discussion. When we started to work with the topic, the first step was to consider the terms teamwork and extreme context separately from each other. So teamwork is the teamwork was already used in the academic literature in 1922 and the Journal of Education Psychology by Harold Ruck the first time. But today we can find the term teamwork is really used inflationary, an indication that teamwork, team training, and team competence are not only relevant in the world of work. On the other hand, the other term is extreme context. The first scientific publication on the extreme situation, extreme context, dated back to the 1950s and 1960s. The focus was there on teams and groups in the Antarctica or Sea Navy. And when you combine both terms, then you have teamwork in extreme context. And so our research questions we had 4 was how was the research field developed, which extreme situation or context are described, what are the characteristic features of extreme context, and what success factors can be verified. The research method, the results are based on so-called systematic literature search. And after this, we used the qualitative content analysis, emerging coding. What was the first takeaways, the first quick wins? The research field has slightly gained in importance over the last 15 years. And we found 129 publications which were included and evaluated. And the first research question was which extreme situation contexts are described. We found that this 14 was in healthcare, then 31 expeditions, 22 disaster rescue and special emergencies, 18 military, 8 industry and business, and 3 in sport. By 7 publications, we couldn't match it to one topic. This was more an overall view.
So to our research question 2, we want to present the characteristic features of an extreme context. In this context, we would start with a short citation. Crisis management teams have the duty to perform immediately, reliability, and effectively in the case of an emergency crisis or disaster. Both of us are members of the German Red Cross, so we are actively part of disaster management at the moment and in the future too. According to our research question 2, we derived 31 different characteristics of the extreme context. It starts with capacity limit, change, close cooperation, communication, dynamic situation, limited resources, long distance, or the long duration during the space exploration, mental health pressure, quickness, risks. We already heard something about these different characteristics in the presentation before. The following, I want to pick out 4 of these different characteristics, and I'm going to start with the stress and the mental health pressures in these extreme contexts. In such an extreme context, we recognize or we derived a lot of different stressors, such as isolation, a high workload, different pressures, such as time pressure. Time is it's very critical in extreme situations. Performance pressure to perform, to save the lives, especially in the healthcare context, and with the context of the space explorations or other explorations, a long duration. Thus, teamwork in extreme situations is associated with stress or mental health pressure, or even so-called high stress environments in the literature. It leads to frustration, burnout, anxiety, or post-traumatic stress disorders. We heard it in the different presentations today. The second characteristic is uncertainty. The dynamic situation in such operating situations is very dynamic. And we already heard you can train such extreme situations, but often the preparedness is missing. So the people are not prepared for these situations. And it's remarkable that you are not able to choose one way. So you have A, B, C, D, E, and so on. And it's not only way A or B. And it's there are a lot of uncertainty which way or which decision is the best one to solve the solutions or to solve the people in these extreme situations. So to sum it up, uncertainty teamwork is characterized by an extreme uncertainty. The third point is complexity. You see it in the picture on the right hand or on the right side. I already mentioned it at the slide before. You have different options to go or to solve the problems or to solve the mission in this context. Another problem in the context of complexity, you have only limited capacities, human capacities, financial capacities, and so on. A lack of material. The study of trailer focus on the COVID-19 pandemic situations and the missing material for healthcare or for workers like masks and so on. And I already mentioned it, there are different solving ways or operational concepts to deal with. The teamwork in extreme context is very complex, especially with the focus on decision making. And it's hard to prepare from this complexity. You can learn, you can go to team trainings, you can be heard it later in the context of the success factors, but it's from the literature, it's hard to prepare. And the last one, first, the failure. The stress, the mental stress, the uncertainty, and the complexity lead to failures or maybe lead to failures. Here a quotation, error is ubiquitous in medicine, particularly during critical events and rescuation. We heard about this already today too. And with every decision, errors must be considered. So this we point out four of these characteristics: stress and mental health pressures, uncertainty, complexity, and failures are four characteristics or characteristic features in extreme context. So we heard about the characteristics. What are the solutions or how to deal with the special features of the extreme context? That's why back to our research question 3, the success factors. Here we also derived during our qualitative content analysis different success factors like cohesion, collaboration, communication, coordination, collaboration, motivation. You see it on the slide. Here also we want to pick out 4 of the 39 different success factors and want to show it by the following slides. First of all, development, training, and simulation, what Attila told us today. In this context, it's remarkable that's necessary to deal with a holistic skills mix. We told it, or we take the word skills mix for training. You have to communicate, you have to collaborate, you have to show empathy, you have to able to show strategic thinking and respond actively. So it's for the development of training or development programs, a holistic skills mix is necessary. The programs should be interdisciplinary. We read a publication called Healthcare and Healthcare Workers, that nurses work together with CEOs or medicine and so on. Interesting, I think the next presentation will about technology at our day. The use of technology like virtual reality or online webcasts and blogs is discussing or is also a part in the literature. And we have to establish special programs for leaders that already we heard today. A second point is identity, culture, climate, and shared vision. The organization climate is very important in an extreme context. Some attributes we pick out: a collective identity, sense-making, creativity, moral standards, a high team spirit, and staff orientation. And to sum this point up, a shared understanding of all these attributes and of the organization climate to all team members during an extreme context or extreme situation is very important. The third success factor we derive from the literature is leadership. It contributes to the success of teamwork in extreme context. In this context, two models or two theories pointed out by the authors, that was transformational leadership and servant leadership. We want to show some leadership skills or mindset skills for leading teams in extreme context, similar with the corporate culture from the last slide. Adaptive and situational leading, empowerment to motivate the employees or the volunteers, a holistic team management, staff orientation, the vision. And vision is very important. We heard it, or we see it at the German Red Cross. Our founder, yes, Henri Dunant, he had a vision, and this is with different kinds is very important to support your employees or volunteers, not only support them with normal resources, financial resources, and give them also emotional support. We heard about this with stress or mental stress according to the challenges, and interdisciplinary thinking. Yeah. Another factor is resilience. To sum these success factors up, here in the literature we recognize three different kinds of resilience. We derive there the individual and the personal resilience, the organizational resilience, and the team resilience. From the individual or personal situation, or the resilience, the situation awareness, the ability to recognize former similar events or situations like terror attacks or so on. And the knowledge of these similar situations is very important to cope or to recognize and to solve them. Leads to the coping strategies, high standards of mental health, and important to have the personal hardness or to looking for yourself. In the context of organizational resilience, we recognize or we derive different standards are important, especially in military or in the context of rescue organization. There are standard operating procedures, regular training, strong focus in context of organizational resilience was on the focus of being agile and flexible in these situations, and to deal with the disruptions and have a process orientation. Process orientation is linked with the different standards and the standard operating procedures. And last but not least, the team resilience, to have a role clarity, to have regular trainings, and to have the personal knowledge in the teams to solve or to cope with these extreme situations. Yeah, to sum it up, we recognize in the literature and in the development of the research field during the last 20 years that's enormous important. Due to the currently developments, we recognize this crises are everywhere: energy crisis, social crisis, climate crisis, terror attacks, and so on. There won't be probably not the one and only sample solution. With hint to Attila's presentations, it may be, or the research results may help to design new curricula or new courses, because it's often not part of the courses. And in social work studies, I teach at the moment in Erfurt, it's crisis management, crisis leadership, resilience. It's not part of. Sure, the possibilities and limitation on the research method of a systematic literature review must be considered, and the next steps: further coding, development of a framework to sum it up, to bring the challenges and success factors together and find a suitable journal for publication. So thank you for listening, and we're looking forward to your questions. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. So who wants to start first with a question? We can also have a look at the chat. So if somebody has questions there, just unmute yourself or just put it in the chat. So any question or remarks, maybe?
I guess everything was clear.
Yeah,
That's nice. So I mean, fantastic. It's really good work.
I think from our point, or we are dealing today with the with COVID-19 and are together in the context of healthcare, and we recognize that the context of healthcare is very, very important for dealing with extreme situations. But the last presentation we heard, it was a context of military. There we recognized by in the sample that the expedition is also very important. So to gain a holistic pictures, we are able to show a holistic picture by combining these different contexts. That's very special. And health is the prominent special, and resilience. It's hopefully no bias. It's also a core success factor. So perhaps we can work together and design curricula or so on.
It would be also be interesting to see what differences we have between the contexts. So we always say, yeah, we can also apply that to this in this context, but there are for sure also some differences.
Yeah.
But I think maybe this is a step further. So we just have to find some common base, and then afterwards you can just look, okay, what is
I see
is similar and what is different and why. The question why.
Elisa has a question, or?
Yes, thanks, Michael and Stephanie. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
But okay, perfect. So maybe also coming to the topic that was just mentioned, finding common ground. After we now heard quite some different presentations, I was wondering, I mean, you used the term extreme situation, extreme context. We already heard the term crises. So in resilience research, we often read about adverse events. I was just wondering, is it all the same? Would you say that an extreme situation is an adverse event, or how can we maybe differentiate better so that it's not all the same?
Yes, we had another paper we're working at the moment that is in resilience, more on the focus. And of course, there's always advice events, and it's different because advice event can be even more complex. One step is extreme situation, yes, but that's more linked with pandemic, war, really extreme situation. But this advice events we see even can be the digitalization or just even normal changes can be a big problem for an organization because they're not prepared. So that's a little bit, as my point of view on that, what I read in the literature before is a different, that's extreme situation. It's really extreme. It's healthcare good, pandemic, or terror attacks, what doctors or the rescue service has to do there. But it's changed a little bit because that's something we listened before. Industry and business, when an industry and business is going to ground, it's not that it's going about life-saving problem. But I would I would really define between those things, and maybe we have to find definitions what one thing is really meaning and what's include and exclude factors.
Two small hints from me. Also, and best greetings to Jena, also Thüringen. The problem is in the resilience research, and also the challenge, no, not talking about problems, talking about challenges, much more positive. That's often a clear definition is missing in the paper or in the research structure. So how do you define the extreme situation or the extreme context? Or how do you define a resilience? Yeah, that's the first problem. And you recognize that only 8 publications dealing with industry and business. In this context, there's not a focus on saving lives or dealing with terror attacks or extreme weather events and so on. There's a big system change during in these organizations dealing with the complex environment. So you see the difference between the complex environment is Charlotte told us. We told about, or we present the factors that are in all papers, or we sum it up. There are perhaps differences between the different branches or the situations.
I just want to, if I'm understanding you correctly, I just want to share a different view of that, because just making a quick note, we do, in fact, in the business and industry, deal with life-threatening situations. I've been involved with terrorism, mass shootings, workplace homicides, product tampering, contamination of other kinds. It can be the employees who die, as has happened in these, not the product tampering, that was consumers, but it is in there. So I think there's even more overlap. When I look at this, and I really like this, I think it's a great graphic. I think about how in the business and industry side, the crisis, formerly crisis management, now what I'm telling is crisis leadership, how we've learned from these other places. So the military in particular, I mean, it's not just that the field of strategy came out of that. Later on, the field of crisis, or the perspective of crisis management, was largely driven by military experience as well. Expedition, the same. Sports, the same. I wrote a case not long ago about the Tour de France and the amazing job that they did in regard to COVID. And so, you know, there's a crossover, I think, that is there. But, you know, they definitely, it's not worrying about, it's not just worrying about the outcome for the organization, the survival of the organization. You take into account the stakeholders. You take into account the physical environments and particularly the natural environments. And those things should be fundamental within crisis management or crisis leadership from an industry and business perspective. So the long-reaching effects, again, it's not, to me, when it's done right, it's not just about the survival of the organization. It extends to stakeholders and it extends to environments as well. So I think there's a really rich crossover there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for example, when you take your own definition of crisis, for example, yeah, for sure. For example, if you now have healthcare organizations, for sure, it's that in a certain way also a crisis. But we have the big issue of, for example, unexpectedness. And for example, for a hospital, is a virus, a pandemic really bad, unexpected? So it's the aspect and the like the small thing, yeah, which it's really difficult to. In theory, it's more easier, but in the real world, it's really difficult to differentiate. But I think there is a very good paper who outlines the different definitions. I think it's from. But I have to find the title. But if you're interested in that paper, I can just send it to you because there are a lot of like what is an extreme event, what is extreme context, what is a crisis, what is just an adverse event. Because with adversity, it also depends on, for example, in psychology, it depends on the personal view. For example, maybe something adverse to someone which is not to somebody else. So we have really here different, because we have also different disciplines here. So, but if you are interested in that, just write me an email and I can just send it to you.
Maybe it's Hannah's?
Yeah, I think it's Hannah and Mary. So, but I since I'm not completely sure, I have to do it. But so if just write an email and we can just share the paper, because there you have these different definitions. So it's another topic to have that then differentiated in the real world. But
there's another question, I think.
I think this
yes.
should be the last one, but please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. This was very insightful information. I think the one note, and I think the question, or maybe it's just a note, in just thinking about the different leadership styles across, you know, these extreme conditions, and like what leadership style is important to get you know, organizations and leaders through this type of extreme conditions. I know you mentioned in the beginning of your slide, you talked about transformational and servant leadership, but I would be interested to know just across each industry, like what leadership style, you know, are they kind of embodying to get these extreme conditions? And I would also propose, like, you know, thinking about how to incorporate, you know, a leadership as practice perspective from looking at the actions of the leaders and how they are handling these type of extreme conditions just across, you know, industry.
It's a useful hint. It's a good summary, I think. From my point, it's important to recognize that there are different leadership or team styles according to military and healthcare, that there are differences we have to separate, but there are always two Gemeinsamkeiten. What?
Similarities?
Yes, thank you. Missing words. It's no apoplex. In this context, we have to recognize. So thank you for your hints, and perhaps we can work together in one or other context.
So thank you very much for your presentation. We will now have a short break and proceed at in 10 minutes with Mary Claire's and Miriam's presentation on gender risk and resilience in crisis leadership. So see you in 10 minutes. Have a coffee or a tea or whatever. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, then I'll get started. Thanks very much for having us. My name is Kabengele. I'm a PhD student at the University of Constance in the lab for social psychology and motivation. And today, my colleague Miriam Schwarzmaier and I will be talking about gender risk and resilience in crisis leadership. And yeah, I'm going to be talking about something somewhat different, I think, because this is an experimental study that we ran. So over the past 2 years, most of you will probably have seen headlines that look something like this and that discuss how the COVID-19 pandemic has basically proven that women are better leaders in crisis or something along those lines. This is a narrative that has been very common during the COVID-19 pandemic, especially during the early phase. And yeah, many media outlets reported early on that women leaders were handling the pandemic better than their male counterparts. And some studies likewise reported that countries and states led by women saw fewer infections and deaths. Countries that were often named were, for example, New Zealand, Taiwan, Finland, Iceland, etc. And I want to note that when we're talking about, faring better, faring well in the pandemic, we're only looking at this from a public health perspective because, typically a risk-averse response involves early mask mandates, lockdowns, and, physical distancing, as these things were the most successful measures in preventing infection, and deaths, especially prior to the availability of any vaccines. Now, obviously, we know that the issue is much more complex, and it's not just one head of state making decisions about how the pandemic is handled. And we really are luckily not here trying to make any statements about the superior leadership displayed by women or men. Rather than that, I want to talk about what kind of narrative is being painted in order to set the foundation for this research ideas. So the idea that countries under female leadership outperformed others has been based on this idea that female-led countries have largely followed a risk-averse and more empathetic public health response. So we need to also dive into leadership stereotypes and risk-taking stereotypes in order to understand this. So as many of you will know, certain leadership attributes such as power or agency are often, in people's perception, more strongly associated with men, while other skills deemed less relevant for leadership, like empathy and caring, are often associated with women and people's perception of leadership. So basically, there's this belief that women display a more people-oriented and caring leadership style compared to men, and that many leadership stereotypes favor men. Of course, this is not always the case, but unfortunately, due to the time constraint, we can't really go into that. There are also extensive reports of gender differences between men and women regarding their risk-taking behavior. So this could be health behavior like smoking or risky driving, or financial behaviors such as investing. So basically, there are these stereotypes regarding both risk-taking stereotypes and leadership stereotypes based on gender. Now, it's important that women's caring and risk aversion are in this case viewed as driving forces behind their leadership success in the pandemic in this instance. So attributes that are not usually viewed as positive, like risk aversion, empathy, and caring, or relevant to leadership, seem to be viewed as positive leadership characteristics in this case. So, these reports may, due to this sort of shift, not align with people's usual understanding or expectation of leaderships. And what we wanted to look at is whether this narrative is reflected in people's perception of male and female political leaders in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. So are women or men possibly rewarded for role congruity, or are they penalized? So we wanted to look at that basically. So the question is whether this common narrative is in line with people's perception, or rather whether they are evaluated differently when they pursue a public health strategy that is congruent with the leadership stereotypes about women and men that we've just discussed. So we conducted a series of 3 experimental online studies. I'll only be talking about one study due to the time constraint, but they were all very similar in design, except that we kept improving them sort of as we went. All samples used here were US samples, and the data were collected last year, so early to mid 2021. And yeah, they all followed essentially the same procedure. So let's talk about what we actually did by going into the procedure. So we had participants read an interview with a politician about their COVID-19 response. So this was a 2x2 between design where we manipulated the risk level of the COVID-19 pandemic response. So basically whether mask mandates were implemented or not, whether physical distancing was implemented or not, as well as the politicians or the political leaders' gender, so male versus female. Yeah, we manipulated the politicians' gender by changing their name and image. We had standardized images that we used for this. And yeah, as I said, we manipulated the risk level by changing the strategies that were implemented. Participants then evaluated the political leaders based on different levels. So basically they were asked to evaluate the pandemic response, whether they thought it was appropriate, and the politicians' skills, such as how efficient of a leader they were, how competent they perceived them to be. And this was then eventually merged into a single evaluation measure that served as the dependent variable in our analyses. We also assessed some additional measures, such as the participants' own willingness to take risks, self-esteem, and other demographic information that we wanted to control for. Now, before we get to the results, we'll talk about one important demographic variable. So the leader's gender and risk propensity are not the only important factors here, because political ideology is also something that can significantly affect preference for risk-seeking or risk-averse behavior. So this is a spectrum along which people's risk-taking behavior can greatly differ. And this is also true with respect to the ongoing pandemic, as we've probably often seen in policy as well as in the media. And there's some evidence of domain-specific differences between conservative and liberals regarding their risk propensity. So there's some evidence showing that liberals are more risk-averse regarding collective threats such as climate change or guns, whereas conservatives tend to be more risk-averse regarding personal hazards, which obviously is relevant in the context of this pandemic in particular. So because of this, we expect there to be some effect of the participants' political ideology as well, which is why we included it in our analyses, as we will see in a minute. So the first hypothesis that we had is relatively straightforward. We expected leaders following a risk-averse public health strategy to be evaluated more positively, as at the time of data collection, the health system was still in danger of being overwhelmed. People were still getting quite sick. Vaccine rollout was nowhere near complete, so a risk-averse strategy was preferable and recommendable from a public health perspective, where again, we're not really talking about economic factors or other factors at this point. Now, because all of these factors down here should, in theory, influence a preference of a riskier or risk-averse strategy, we also hypothesized that there would be interaction effects between a political leader's chosen strategy and the politician's gender, based on the information that I gave you in the beginning, based on those leadership stereotypes and risk-taking stereotypes, as well as the participant's gender and the participant's political ideology. So we fitted regression models with our dependent variables that you can see here as predictors, and the evaluation of the politician as independent variables. And we can see that we found a significant main effect of risk as we expected. So we can see that basically risk level or the public health strategy that was selected significantly predicted how the political leader was evaluated. Full disclosure, in one of the other studies, we found a somewhat puzzling effect of the participants' gender, which we're not really sure what that was, but it was only in one study and not the others. So we're still working on, working out what that might be. Then we ran the same model as previously, including the interaction effects that I mentioned. And we found something really interesting. So we can see here that this is the spectrum of political ideology. So we have the lower numbers as conservative, the higher numbers as liberal. And we can see that while liberals clearly had more positive evaluations for a risk-averse strategy, the opposite seemed to be the case for conservatives. So conservatives would evaluate a politician who followed a more risk-seeking strategy more positively. We also found an interaction effect with the participants' gender. So women found a more risk-averse strategy more positive, but we couldn't find in any of the studies a significant effect of the politicians' gender, which is very interesting because this was basically our starting point. So just to sum up what we found, politicians who followed a more risk-averse strategy tended to be evaluated more positively, and there's an interaction effect of risk level and the participants' political ideology. And there appears to be some influence of the participants' gender, although we haven't quite worked out what that is exactly, as we had some contradictory results in the different studies. But basically, politics seems to trump gender in this case, and we couldn't find any effects for the politicians' gender, which is really interesting. Obviously, there are also some limitations. So obviously, this level of political polarization is not generalizable, but in my opinion, probably rather specific to the US. And the manipulation can also be interpreted as other things such as rule compliance rather than risk. Especially the topic may currently be too politically and emotionally charged to find any effects that go beyond ideology. And obviously, as I already mentioned, public health risk and economic impact are often seen as orthogonal constructs, whereas that's not necessarily the reality of it. So if I were to further investigate this line of research, we would probably need to repeat this with a less politically charged subject matter, take a look at other countries, and take a closer look at the economic impacts too. So you're probably wondering what this has to do with resilience, and the answer is not much, which is why my colleague Miriam Schwarzmaier will be taking over. So I'd just like to thank my co-authors, and yeah, Miriam, over to you for the resilience part of this presentation.
Thank you very much, Marie-Claire. Okay, I will continue with my presentation. I hope we have still enough time. What is the time right now? So I have an overview.
Yeah, we still have time. Yes.
Okay. Good. That's good. Just one moment. I have to change something. Okay, perfect. So you see my slides, you can hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, great. So yeah, thank you again, Marie-Claire. My name is Miriam. I'm also a PhD student at the University of Constance. I'm working at the chair of management and leadership and strategy. And yeah, this paper, or this what I did is a little bit longer, that I conducted a survey. I think it was in 2019. So it's not about the pandemic, but it has to do about resilience and shared leadership. So you see the headlines, why distributed leadership is the future of management. I think this still counts for today. Distributed can be seen as a synonym for shared leadership. So shared leadership is important when you're living in a VUCA world, having risk around you, and you have to have self-organized and distributed teams. Then shared leadership is that leadership which is important and will become more important. And I think the next crisis will not be long in coming, and teams have to self-organize themselves to master those demands and challenges. So yeah. First of all, yeah, I was looking at resilience as an antecedent of shared leadership. Maybe you have already read some paper about that shared leadership fosters resilience. I was looking on the other side. And if you haven't heard about shared leadership, then there is the first definition about it. It's it is defined as a dynamic, interactive influence process among individuals and groups for which the objective is to lead one another to the achievement of group or organizational goals or both. So now you know that's shared leadership. That's a little bit special. You don't have to have a supervisor. You're having your own responsibility, and it's more kind of networks. So, and why do we have to look, or we should look at shared leadership? Because they have to do a lot of work in self-managing teams, and the circumstances in the IT, in organizations, in the public health sector, wherever are also very stressful and demanding. So it's important to look at it. And yeah, that's what I was asking myself. How do individuals in the team experience such increasing demands and stress and fast changes? And I was looking at particularly at software engineering teams, because these teams also have a lot of pressure and stress and have to figure out how they can work together to accomplish their goals. So this was my idea about it. And I think resilience is one crucial point to actively support individuals to take part in the leadership process. And I defined resilience as the ability, as you maybe know it, ability to meet wide variety of demands and rebound from failure, setbacks, conflicts, and other threats to the well-being. So this is perfect for the shared leadership to look at it in more detail. So as I already mentioned, shared leadership resilience has been merely studied as an outcome variable. Especially example is shared transformational leadership, but not yet as an antecedent of shared leadership. And yeah, I suppose that team members need a profound level of resilience to start in the leadership process and coping high demands and stress. And yeah, that's why it is important. And this is my research question. Do team members assume more leadership functions when they possess individual resilience? So I did not look on the team resilience level. At this point, there was no scale available on team resilience. So I looked on individual resilience. And I found the theory of conservation of resources from Popp very fruitful, and I conducted my hypothesis from this theory, and I will explain you about the shared leadership process a little bit, because you have receiving ties and you have sending ties, and for having resilience, you will receive more leadership ties because you have more resources available, and probably you will send less leadership ties because you don't have to. And those who lack resilience are more prone to resource loss and are therefore less capable of resource gain. And that means that those persons will receive less leadership ties, and they will send more leadership ties to others. So shared leadership is that sending and receiving leadership ties, if you ever heard about it. And I also did a time, I looked at the time frame. I conducted a second survey, and I was looking on the impact of time. So if you have stress on the long term, maybe there's a difference. So I looked on exhaustion as well, because resource cycle loss, when they happen, are more powerful than resource gain. And so these are my hypotheses. my first hypothesis is relatively straightforward. So as a team member, when you're high on resilience, you will send less ties to others, whereas others will send more leadership ties to you. And the second one, having less resilience, you will rely more on others and sending them more leadership tie. Also, you will receive less leadership ties from others. So that's basically the idea behind. Yeah, here you can see some shared leadership networks. So that's how they look like. And for my method, I used the dynamic social network analysis with Turgam, temporal exponential random graph modeling. And yeah, I didn't have a big sample. I only had 35 persons, but I had 5 teams, and I did the data collection, as I said before, 2019 in January and the second time in March. I took exhaustion as a moderator and the time frame also as a third moderator. So a short introduction about social networks analysis for all those who haven't heard about it. So a network is a set of actors. You see there on the left below a small network, and individuals as team members are considered as actors, the nodes, and these networks whereby a single nomination, and those are defined as edges between 2 nodes in a network. So that's the definition about networks. And then you have incoming ties and outgoing ties. Incoming ties means that someone is relying on you and for leadership in our example, and outgoing ties means that you're sending this person, you're relying on other team members for leadership. Yeah. And these relationships or ties symbolize the connections and interactions that team members share with each other. And each actor has relations with other actors within the team. And I looked at the directed relations. So again, yeah, that's the method is called temporal exponential random graph models from Leifert et al. There's another method called RSiena. I did not use that at this point in time because I had to choose. I was favoring on this one, but for the next time I would probably stick to RSiena. So my network's based on the Markov chain Monte Carlo maximum likelihood estimation. And yeah, this is just correlation from the different constructs. And interesting, there is a huge correlation between political skill and resilience. Yeah, that's maybe interesting. And here are my networks. So this is for team 1 at time point 1. The first on the left, on the right, you have team 1, time point 2. So there is a changing in the networks about shared leadership. And therefore, team 2 at the different time points, they also look different. And team 3, there's not much change. 4 and 5. So there has been some change in the networks, which is quite interesting to see. So let's come to the results. These are just the endogenous network dependencies. I will not go into detail about this one. I think this is more interesting here. So at the main effects, they are down below on the left side. You see resilience with sending, resilience receiving, exhaustion, and resilience exhaustion, and exhaustion resilience time period as an interaction. And which is quite interesting is that if you're high on resilience, you send less leadership ties to others. But if you're high on leadership, on resilience, you also receive less. So, and this is negative, but it's not significant. So yeah, that was my first hypothesis. So I could not support this one. But what was quite interesting was the combination with exhaustion time period. There was a positive effect, suggesting that resilience has a bigger influence over time. And that could be argumented with the resilience activation framework. Yeah, that is actually quite an interesting result here. So what did I find out? Yeah, I found out that their further team resilient members tend to send fewer leadership ties to their colleagues. I could not support my first hypothesis, so that's a little bit sad, but I found out that there is an interaction effect of psychological safety in time period, and yeah, that the interaction of resilience and exhaustion over time became negative, but accounting for time it became positive. And I was thinking that maybe something more bigger, or something in combination, resilience in combination with grit, could be interesting and fruitful to further do research about, or team resilience also could be interesting because it's teams. So for further research, that would be great. I also had some limitations. So my study, my outcomes results are not generalizable. I conducted the survey in an IT company in south of Germany, so it's only 5 teams. And I assessed resilience with the personal resilience scale from Connor-Davidson scale. And Cronbach's alpha was okay, but maybe other scales would have been more suitable, like the Wangelt and Young scale, or Winwatch et al. Resilience at work scale. And I have to mention that for the second survey, I did not trace the resilience construct a second time, because my argument is in this paper that resilience is a psychological solid capacity, stable over a short time period. So that for the 1 month difference, that was not a case that I had to ask resilience again. Yeah. So that's my presentation. I think I'm still in time. Thank you very much for your attention. And yeah, I'm happy to hear your questions. These are the references, and yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I didn't know that you had 2 presentations. Otherwise, we could have given you a different time frame. So, but yeah, maybe we have some short discussion, some questions. Who wants to go first?
So I had a question, Miriam. Thanks for your presentation. What wasn't clear to me was the link between shared leadership and the rest of your paper. I think because that's what you started with, and you had a long conversation about shared leadership, but I am missing the tie-in together. And when you're talking about resilience, you're not talking about this in a crisis situation, I don't think, right? Because it doesn't really work in that setting, correct?
Depends on the context. If you're talking about public health sector, you also have to work in shared leadership teams because you have to share the responsibility, and it's a similar setting. And if you're having IT groups, they have their monthly sprints, so they also have a lot of stress and crisis sometimes. So, and they're not comparable by their task, but I think the background can be similar from the point of stress level.
It feels like she has a kind of capacity understanding of what resilience is. So they are resilient for future setbacks, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a setback right at the moment. So maybe that answered that somewhat.
Yeah, I couldn't follow the shared leadership component.
Yeah, it was a little bit quick.
To the results, like the results were not linked to the concept of shared leadership.
Maybe the tying, you know. Like
that's the sending and the receiving. Yes. So if you look at, okay, I can further give you the presentation, but that's the S and the R. You have sending ties and you receiving tie. That's the basic principle about social networks. And if you're having a shared leadership, you're asking about how much do you rely on this individual name for leadership, and then you rate them on a maybe a 5-point Likert scale, and then you get the sending and receiving ties. That's the concept of shared leadership.
So, and I think you bring it from the shared leadership into the team context, because you need to be able to give and receive and trust each other if the leadership is distributed to the team. And I think that's where the resilience might come in, I guess.
Yeah.
I have a more general question concerning shared leadership. I wonder if there is a relationship between shared leadership and working in home office. So does home office support the implementation of shared leadership, or is it an obstacle? What do you think about that?
Oh, that's a very good and interesting question. So that would be interesting to do research about it. I would say it depends on the teams. So we had some teams, they had to work at their place, like in the public sector, they had to work at the hospitals and so on. And like we in our researchers, we had to work from home and we had to do it virtually. And I think that's also a process. So if you would have conducted a survey about starting at the beginning of the crisis and then after 3 months and so on, then we would see a process. So that would change, that shared leadership is changing during the time, or the influence about resilience is also changing. But I cannot say if it's supporting or not. I don't know, it depends on the teams.
Thank you.
And maybe also depending on the virtual capabilities.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's the connector there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
that's true. Yeah, definitely.
Is distributed leadership, because you mentioned that it was a synonym, where do you find many notations of distributed leadership, or are they using the term similarly? Because
not in the science. I'm sorry, not in the science. They use they separate distributed leadership and shared leadership, and say distributed leadership, you have a supervisor who is telling you what to do, and shared leadership is more self-organized teams. But if you're looking in popular media, you will find it as a synonymous. So I also was looking for a follow up, catching up, and I only found this one, and I was like, okay, they're talking about the same concept, but they name it actually wrong. So yeah, should be careful in the science about using it. It's the same.
Maybe if I can comment, because I work in a hospital where we actually train them in distributed leadership somehow, and they conceptualize it as we produce leadership together. So it's not like leadership is not a position, or it's more like an activity, but you produce leadership together in this kind of distributed
practice.
Yeah, as a practice.
Maybe going in this direction, like leadership, not as a connected to the person.
Yeah. It's more like a shared, like the network theory, like, so it's becoming an interactional concept. Interactional.
Yeah. So it's also changing, and as I said before, I conducted this research study in 2019. So would be interesting to look what happened now after the crisis, or in the crisis context. And I also was thinking about maybe I should present you something more theoretical, because we also did some theoretical model about team resilience in the public sector. But I thought, like, maybe this is also interesting here for this conference.
It's very hot in Danish hospitals, I can tell you.
I would be interested to see, did they do any studies on outcomes on this shared leadership?
No.
Because I'm not convinced.
No,
I'm not in the hospital setting.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of trouble with it also at hospitals. But I mean, it's the change of the concept from being a leader to leadership is about shared activities, or so in team connection is really much about the interactions and the networks, and where we produce, where management or leadership is produced.
Yeah. But these work well in the tech industry, where you're having the startups, right, where they had the those kinds of self-led teams.
Yeah.
But in a hospital, I'm not.
Yeah, we try to.
I'm not convinced.
Just how that is working out.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I would like to ask a question. You said in the end that you use the Connor-Davidson scale, and but now would prefer to use another one. Can you maybe explain why?
Why I use the Connor-Davidson scale and not
why you now would prefer to use another one?
Yeah, I was telling you that I was defining resilience as a rather stable construct, another changing one, and I have the feeling that the Connor-Davidson scale is more like if you're having resilience, you stay resilient. There are some items that say that if you're like that, you always be like that. And at the resilience at work scale, there's more change. I think there's more like it depending on the context, depending what you're doing, on the circumstances. So I suggest that there are more changes, and I stack to the argument that resilience is more stable construct. So that's why I've chosen the Connor-Davidson scale.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I would be nonetheless a little bit careful with that, or just go deeper in that, because yeah, seeing resilience as a trait is really kind of actually that, yeah, it's a little bit old-fashioned. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that was the argumentation or discussion about 3 years ago. So so
especially the Wagner and Young scale, I know this scale. So yeah, but you have to just argue that and see what you want to do. But I think most resilience researchers, also in the individual field, define it as process. So
yeah,
where different factors combine. So yeah, but maybe this is a completely different discussion. So maybe we now close and we can have this discussion maybe another time, and switch to Jennifer, because Jennifer is next in presenting healthcare leaders Sensemaking and Sensegiving in an extended crisis. So Jennifer, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hi, everyone. Let's see if I can share my screen. Yes, I can.
Hey, Jen. Hi from Germany.
Hi, Attila and everyone. I am very disappointed not to be there, but such is the life of a dissertating graduate student. So, all right. Can everyone see my slides all right?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect. So, as stated, my name is Jennifer Gutberg. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Toronto, and I'm also an embedded scientist at the Integrated Health Center of West Central Montreal in Quebec, Canada. And I am pleased to be presenting my work entitled Healthcare Leaders Sensemaking in an Extended Crisis. I did drop the Sensegiving piece, but we'll talk about it a little bit at the end. Before diving in, first, I just want to acknowledge the funders who supported my research throughout my PhD journey. And also just to note that what I'll be presenting today is not a formal paper. This is just some of the early insights that are emerging from my work. My analysis is ongoing at the moment, so this is not final by any means, but I also wanted to just start a conversation on a related tangent of resilience that I think has not come up as explicitly today that might inform the way we think about resilience in extreme contexts. So first of all, when I talk about sense making, what does that mean? How do we make sense of sense making? Sense making is defined by the surprising or discrepant cues, the moments where something unexpected happens, and it's that initial reaction from the cognitive schema of what you expect to happen to that realization that something is not going the way we thought it was going to go. Or as one author puts it, the response to some kind of chaos. So sense making is by its very definition triggered by uncertainty. It's about asking the question, what's the story here? What is happening? And in the crisis literature, there has been a lot shared about what happens when sense-making doesn't occur. What happens when that cue in the environment isn't responded to, isn't recognized, isn't picked up. And it can lead to what's known as collapse sense-making. And so this is all very theoretical, but my next slide, it's a little tongue-in-cheek, I apologize, but I feel like it's the best way to really visually demonstrate what collapse sense-making looks like. I think by now we've all seen this image in some way, shape, or form, and it's tongue-in-cheek, it's sarcastic, but it really is collapse sense-making. That's what happens when something in the environment is not noticed. It may be small, it may start small, but eventually it will barrel to a full-out fire. And if you don't pick up on that, that is how the crisis unfurls and unravels and gets worse and worse. And in the sense-making literature, this has been seen in contexts of firefighting disasters. It's been seen in nuclear disasters. It's even been looked at from an analysis of how friendly fire in the military happens. So it has very broad-reaching implications for the importance of sense-making in catching and preventing crises. Now, in the healthcare context, prior to the pandemic, when we thought about crises, it was a little bit more specific to the area of patient safety. And while the most acute forms of crisis were maybe in the areas of emergency departments, ICUs, trauma wards, they can really happen anywhere where healthcare is provided to patients and where harm or adverse events may affect patients. So in order to mitigate that and prevent it, ideally, many organizations and hospitals specifically have tried to model themselves after other safety critical industries like aviation and nuclear energy by adopting what's known as high reliability organizing, or becoming high reliability organizations, or HROs. And HROs adopt a mindful approach to organizing that embeds sense making into everyday operations. And so I don't want to dive too much into the actual definition. There's 5 principles of sense making and high reliability organizing, but the one that I really want to emphasize is the commitment to resilience. This is in fact embedded into the process of high reliability organizing. So commitment to resilience is when everything may have gone wrong, things may have happened, the event may have in fact occurred, even though everything leading up to it is about prevention. But how do we learn from the mistakes? How do we build in the resilience into the system so that the capacity to take those lessons learned and embed them into the future knowledge and operations of the organization is foundational to the work? And this is where leaders are really critical, because they're the ones who have the capacity to facilitate that environment for the organization that allows organizational learning to be embedded into this work. So now we understand what sense making is. We understand a little bit around how it's embedded into the processes of healthcare organizations, although I'll talk about that a little bit more later. Now I want to talk a bit about sense making in the context of COVID and why we should care about that for healthcare organizations. So COVID has really represented an ongoing exercise in sense making for healthcare organizations. And it really stems, I've shown this visual here, it stems from the earliest waves of the pandemic up into, I said waves 5+ because we've kind of just given up at this point and the waves keep cycling, sadly. But it starts small and yet it keeps rolling and rolling and the issues get bigger. And something as small as procuring PPE, something like defining the infection prevention and control protocols, social distancing, are we staying 6 feet apart, are we staying 10 feet apart, are we eating together, or are we not eating together? And as the pandemic evolved, issues around how do we balance the patient care of the patients who are afflicted with COVID at the peak of a wave with the patients who are now in waves 3, 4, and 5 coming in sicker because they didn't seek care in the first 2 waves and still need to be treated. And the healthcare system doesn't have the capacity to offer that. And as you look at this, some of this might be really obvious to you in hindsight. You might say, well, okay, masking, we know masks are important, you have to wear them. That's not a huge sense-making issue. But one participant in my study really shed light on this and really puts it into perspective that, you know, we've all engaged in our own sense-making to make this a logical, rational process of course you need masks, of course you need this, of course you need that. This participant, who was the executive leader of the research institute of the hospital where I studied, said that, I remember one time I was walking down the hallway with our CEO, and this is before we were wearing masks. And he said to me, why is it that it's more dangerous to wear a mask? And I said, I don't understand either. I don't get it. I guess you touch your face more, you touch your mask, and then it gets everywhere. That's what we were being told at the time. It seems crazy now. I remember some of our early town halls. We were packed into that room. There's like 20 of us and no masks. And you know, we had bottles of Purell all over the place. And every time someone comes up to the mic, we Purell our hands and then we'd go up to the mic as though we were actually doing something helpful. So it really goes to show that this has been an ongoing, endless process of every single issue that has come up with the pandemic has had to be made sense of, has had to be responded to, has had to be dealt by organizational leaders. And so the challenge to this is that although HROs are in principle meant to facilitate sense making, they're supposed to make these processes embedded in the organization, it's a challenge to sustain mindful organizing. It takes energy and it takes effort. One study of a hospital examined several nursing units, ones that dealt with high rates of adverse events and one that dealt with low rates of adverse events. And interestingly, what they found was that in these units that started implementing these principles of mindful organizing, it was the units that had higher rates of adverse events that had lower emotional exhaustion. So what this means is that because they were seeing an impact and because they understood the need to engage in these mindful organizing processes, to look for errors, to be attuned to the possible incidents that can occur, they were more motivated, they were more understanding, they were more willing to engage in this extra work because high reliability and sense making is cognitively demanding and taxing. Whereas those who already had low adverse events didn't see the value and didn't understand the need to engage in this work. And so it was more emotionally taxing. So how do we bring that insight into the system we're dealing with now? As the crisis in healthcare evolves from dealing with the COVID pandemic to keeping the healthcare system on the brink of imminent collapse, healthcare leaders don't have the time or capacity to engage in that learning or reflection necessary for mindful organizing. And I've just taken some, news clippings here to show you. These are all taken from the Canadian context, but I really want to emphasize that at least here in Canada, our healthcare system is truly on the verge of collapse. Patients are not being seen. They are not receiving care. Nurses are leaving in droves. They are not receiving the compensation that they need. Incidents are increasing, harm is increasing patients, and we are at least a decade out from recovering in our capacity. So when we talk about a crisis, this is not just about dealing with the pandemic. This is not just about organizational survival. This is about the viability of our entire healthcare system as it currently stands. And I think it's safe to assume that in some way, shape, or form, this is reflective of other contexts across the globe. So we have this context now. We have this setting. We are facing a crisis. Healthcare leaders are dealing with endless challenges. So what are the lessons learned and what can we take from the sense-making perspective that might be able to help us look forward? So although I mentioned at the beginning that this is an ongoing work, this is ongoing study, I'm not presenting my final results. I did want to share a little bit of the early insights that have come from my results. And in order to do that, I just want to situate them within my data collection so you can understand what's the work that I've been doing and how this data was collected. So I conducted an inductive qualitative case study of a single health system in Canada. I was observing them and in the field, quote unquote, because everything was collected virtually throughout the third, fourth, and fifth waves of the pandemic, which amounted to exactly 1 year in the field. I conducted semi-structured interviews. I had informal interviews and discussions with key informants. I collected documents and conducted document analysis. But the primary mode of data collection was the meeting observations that I did. And these were done across multiple contexts and multiple sites. That included some of their safety huddles, that included daily debriefings, that included strategic meetings, that included physician and nurse discussions. But the primary site of my data collection was the incident management system table, the IMS table. The IMS table was a group of the executive senior leaders of the organization, as well as some key individuals who are responsible for leading some of the COVID operations. So the lead of the PPE working group, the lead of the operational response, the lead of the vaccine rollout group. And these people met from anywhere between once a week to daily, depending on where in the pandemic the waves were and how things were evolving, to discuss the operational realities and challenges that were facing the organization at any given moment. And this ended up being a really valuable site to examine sense-making happening in real time, or what's known as prospective sense-making, because the process of the IMS was such that it was essentially a huddle. People had their stated agenda, they would come to the table, they would share their update, but then what would happen is the update that would be shared by one team member would lead to an informal discussion about how do we navigate this issue? What's coming down the pipeline? What should we be looking out for? And what are our other colleagues in the region doing that we might have to factor in? So this really shaped the direction of my entire analysis and my interpretation by being able to see these discussions, not only in one moment in time, but over the extent of 3 waves of the pandemic over the course of a year. And so what did I take away from this, and what can we think about in looking towards sense making as a lens to help us think about resilience in growing extreme contexts? First of all, as has already been said, the line between crisis and everyday operations has become profoundly blurred. So to address that, leaders must create space to embed organizational learning into operations. What this means is that the reality of, okay, let's just, there's another wave of COVID, let's put out the fire, and then we can go back to our strategic priority, that's gone. That will never happen again, at least not for many years. There will always be a balance between navigating the crisis and keeping the organization thriving and moving forward with their strategic vision. And to Attila's point, the capacity to engage in crisis leadership is not one that is well adopted by many leaders. Healthcare leaders are in an even worse situation because often they're physicians. They were rising up in the ranks because of their clinical expertise, not necessarily because of their leadership and administrative expertise. And so they have an extra step to jump over to be able to build that capacity for crisis leadership. And I argue that the balance of crisis and strategic leadership is very much one and the same. So what does it look like for leaders to create space to embed organizational learning into operations? From the structural side, it's embedding processes and practices like safety debriefs, building and situational awareness, and even governance structures that allow you to have a reporting and accountability mechanism. Because if there's no accountability, organizations will not do this. This will not happen as a pilot project. This will not happen as a bottom-up initiative. It will not be sustained. And then the leadership role in this, it's not enough to just have structures and processes. It also has to be signaled by leaders that this is a priority, that safety, that response, that situational awareness, that sense making, that awareness of the environment around you and looking for the next crisis is important. And this is because a lot of my discussion right now has really centered on the idea of resilience being a structural piece. So I'm talking about organizational resilience. I'm talking about the organizational processes and structures that create a resilient group dynamic in an organization. But as has been discussed today at length, there's also individual resilience that factors into this. And when individual resilience is the only thing that's keeping the organization going, it wears thin very quickly. And if it's not supported by institutional leaders who are signaling via that sense-giving piece, by letting them know that this is a priority, that there is an end in sight, that we are working on dealing with hiring more staff, that we recognize the crisis that is affecting us, and that we will respond accordingly, this is how we end up in the crisis that we're in now, where people are just leaving in droves. The other insight that I wanted to share, and bear with me because this is a little wordy, but I'll explain it, is that sense is made in the micro level interactions and moments, but there's a longitudinal dynamic that comes into play as the state of crisis never ends. So this is the beauty of being able to take a process lens to the work that I was doing, and having been in the field for what felt like a very long time, although it was only a year. It corresponded to 3 waves. It corresponded to a myriad number of crises that emerged. And so within each deliberation at that IMS table, there was sense making about a given issue, something as simple, quote unquote, about as masking. What started as, do we need to mask, evolved into, do we need a masking policy? And by the time the 5th wave rolled around, it evolved into, are surgical masks enough, or do we need to think about N95 masking? And do we have the capacity to provide that for all of our staff and patients who walk through the door? So although those are the individual moments of sense making, there's also this growing trend, which I've demonstrated visually on my next slide, that there's a capacity for sense making that is affected over time. In the early waves of the pandemic and at the start of my data collection in the 3rd wave, leaders' sense making was extremely sensitive to the environmental cues. There's one example from my data which suggested that even the report of a data modeling given by the region. So the province provided some data modeling showing estimates that were predicted for that particular wave, the 3rd wave. And that showed worst case modeling of over 10,000 cases a day, which at the time was truly unfathomable. That simple report, the publication of that report, led to a deep discussion at the IMS table about what are all the factors that we have to think about to prevent this from happening in our organization and in our system. However, as time went on, the environmental cues continued to grow. There were more issues being affected. There were political realities. There were anti-vax sentiments. There were mask mandates. There were, I can't even think of the endless number of cues and issues in the environment that had to be dealt with. And as more and more of these issues were presented, the leaders' capacity to recognize that uncertainty and to recognize that something in the environment had changed seemed to be diminishing. And so that didn't end up as of yet resulting in an acute crisis such as a horrible patient adverse event occurring. It did, however, result in the growing crisis of we have no staff to fill our needs right now. We have no capacity to provide the care that we need. And that is by the very definition a crisis for a healthcare organization. So looking forward, as we think about this, we need to think about what are the capacities or what are the supports that can help leaders build their sense-making capacities? What are the tools, the training, the environment that needs to happen? And I'll also draw on something that was said by an earlier speaker. I think this was actually Attila, who said that the leaders that got us through this phase are not going to be the leaders that carry us into the future. Not only are they so burnt out that they no longer have the capacity to engage in this work, but they have such a narrowed frame of sense making at this point because they've seen with each passing wave, their idea of what the response should be becomes narrower and narrower and is blocking off all of these changed realities in the environment. And so we need to think about the training, the capacity of the leaders of the future that can keep their minds broad, that can keep their eye to the external environment, and that can have that capacity to rapidly respond and see transformation in a manner that helps envision a new future for healthcare. Because short of that, we are facing a dire crisis that really has no end in sight, sadly. And I hate to end on a pessimistic note, but I will just say that the conversation today has been very inspiring for me. I think it really gives me the sense of what some of those future prospects can be. What are the capacity building? What are the skills? What are the team assets that we need to build not only resilience, but a capacity for sense making that allows resilience to be embedded into the organizational structures and capacities. So I will end off there. Thank you all very much. I look forward to having discussions with all of you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. So who wants to go?
Jen, great presentation. I have a question for you. Really thought-provoking presentation. So when you mentioned that, you know, Canada's in crisis mode with regards to hospitals, do you think, or have you heard of any of the leaders try to make sense based on that slide that you showed and say, okay, we got a real problem. We need to kind of adjust course and we're going to institutionalize this process. Have you seen any healthcare organizations proactively say, we got to do something a little bit different. We are going to take that time to codify, to put organizational learning in place. Have you seen any organizations do that, or is this brand new?
So I actually have started to see that. So it was at the site where I collected my data, instantly after my formal period of data collection. So, you know, one of those things I can't formally account for, but I can speak to. So in that organization, there was this recognition that this is not getting better anytime soon unless we do something about this. So what they did was they had one of their executive leaders, they created a new role for that leader, who's basically, I think I forget the exact title, but something about their resident in chief of innovation. And this person's mandate literally became, how can we re-envision our health human resource capacity? So this person's job has been responsible for considering what credentialing might be needed to bring people into the healthcare system. Should we think about credentialing personal support workers? Should we think about developing new models of team-based care? So nurses are only responsible for the most acute types of care provided, but there's other modes of care and team-based models that can support less acute patients. So this person's entire role is based on how do we redesign the system, looking towards the future, looking towards how do we train people, how do we bring new people in? How do we create roles? How do we bring in international graduates? But the challenge, and the reason why I also brought up that piece about the narrowing of sense making, is because for every leader that you have who's been either tasked or has chosen to undertake this innovative work, you have a system that is working against them in every step of the way. And through conversations, I've heard firsthand that this work, it requires collaboration by its very nature. You know, we were talking a little bit about distributed leadership and what that looks like. But at a system level, this work doesn't happen unless everyone is on board. It doesn't happen unless the Nurses Association agrees to change the scope of practice for nurses. It doesn't work unless the physicians are willing to get on board, unless the Medical Association is willing to consider credentialing of international graduates. And so every step of the way, at some form or another, there seems to be resistance of people who are just saying, well, we're fine. We don't need to do this, or it's not our problem right now. We're still busy putting out the fires. But this is the fire that is going to burn the whole place down, to bring it back to my little image. So yes, I've started to see it, but I've also seen tremendous resistance in the system to that way of thinking.
That's very fascinating. So when we talked about earlier about the need for crisis leadership training, it seems that it's paramount here, because one more shock to the system, a terrorist event, some other infection, a new infectious disease, and the whole thing, as you kind of aptly pointed, would burn the system to the ground. Like just there's no residual resilience, lack of better words, right? There is no resilience left. It is not resilient anymore. That whole system would collapse, is what you're saying. Correct? Exactly.
And that's why, you know, one of the reasons why I also look to the notion of, you know, embedding structures and processes into the organization so that there is a little bit of mitigating capacity. That's not to say it's not going to require this massive overhaul that we're talking about, but if it's embedded into the organizational processes and practices and institutionalized through accountability measures and governance and all that I talked about earlier, then the individual efforts don't have to be quite as strong. And there's that a little bit of that individual resilience capacity that doesn't have to be as drained as early on. I think that was one of the earliest presentation, that balance of the early resilience versus the longer term resilience. And I think we're also seeing some of that here.
Hi, Jennifer. Thank you for your presentation. Something that, not really a question, just something that came to my mind when listening to your presentation was, you said that healthcare leaders have to keep their minds broad. And in one of your slides, Brett, leaders must create space to embed organizational learning. And what immediately came to my mind was some work by Theo et al. And Pauli, and they speak of liminal suspension when it comes to resilience. So what they basically refer to is that organizations have to, in this ongoing passage of time, they have to create kind of an artificial break to make sense of the ongoing events. And that's something that came to my mind when you told us or talked about your current research in these organizations, in order to make sense of the ongoing events and to be able to kind of conserve their own resources and to know how to deal with it next, not just to deal with it in the old-fashioned way, what they did before, but to readjust, that they have to create this break in the ongoing events to readjust. So that's just kind of a note from my side, what came to my mind when I listened to you.
That's a really, really thoughtful point. And I really appreciate that, because it's also going to give me a chance to talk about something I didn't get to put in my presentation, which is this idea of, in high reliability organizations, there is usually a recognition of what's considered high tempo and low tempo organizing moments. So high tempo is when you're in the sustained crisis, or even just your regular operations. Things are moving quickly, you have to respond rapidly, you have to be aware of your environment, you have to respond with all of those approaches that are embedded in the practices of mindful organizing. But there's also moments of low tempo, where you can stop and build in that sense making I think it's a different lens of what you're saying. But what was interesting in the dynamic of my environment is that, again, there's a moment of, with hindsight, I could see the moments of low tempo when the waves were reducing, case counts were going down, and leaders actually started to think about, oh, we can start picking up on our strategic planning, we can look to the future again. However, those moments were so brief. And not only that, they weren't clear. That is to say that they had no idea how long those moments of low tempo would occur. They didn't know when the next wave was going to start up again. And by the time the fourth wave and the fifth wave hit, that reduced wave never made it all the way to the bottom. It started going down a little bit before it shot right back up with an even higher case count. So without the knowledge and the ability to create the space and to prepare for those low tempo moments and engage in that intentional break of sense making, I think that also contributed to the narrowing of sense making over time. And so I think that's something that we also have to look at is how, to your point, do we create these artificial low tempo moments or these liminal spaces for sense making when the environment is so unclear and so ongoing. So that I think also has to be part of the leader capacity building that we talk about. So thank you for the really insightful point.
Great, so if we don't have any further questions, we go to our next presentation. And I think what we also learned from this presentation and what Attila, you also said, that it's also important to, when we say there is no resilience left, that we also look at the limits of resilience. So you can't solve any problem with resilience. So there are also some factors which might just too much for a system to bear. So, but now let's discuss our next topic, or here to our next presentation. Mary, are you there? Hi.
Hello. It's good to see you. All right, so I cannot believe how well Jennifer set up my presentation. It's pretty exciting to see. I had some slides that I put together and I wasn't quite sure the conversation would go before me. So some of this has been covered and I'm going to go through it kind of quickly. And then I am going to ad-lib a little bit to try to play off the slides and address some of the issues that I'm hearing. So the bottom line that I want to share is it's incredible that Jennifer's talking about space, because what I'm going to talk about is adaptive space and how we in organizations can set up our organizations and train our leaders for complexity and for adaptive space. So that's what I would call the space to embed organizational learning. And I would also say, just preface the presentation to say that I think we need to accept that extreme contexts now are complexity, and that complexity and extreme context really go hand in hand. So if we can get ourselves more attuned to understanding what it means to be in complexity, how we lead in it, and prepare ourselves to lead in it every day, the extremes won't seem so extreme. So let me start with this. I didn't know where you all would be on this. I'm going to hide my floating controls. Okay, so resilience, you've talked about it already. It's a pet peeve of mine that when we talk about resilience, we tend to think that's the individuals and we don't focus on the organization. So I want to say that yes, we need resilient people, but we also need resilient organizations. No matter how resilient a person is, if the organization or the system is not set up the way that it needs to, it's going to burn them out. And I want to just start with something else that I've been thinking about, which is efficiency. So as I look at the healthcare context and look at leadership that's happening in it, one of the things that we see is this increased focus on efficiency. And we know that healthcare leaders, strategic leaders are trying to reduce costs all the time. And I had a conversation in my ethics class last weekend. A student was really questioning, and this is business, a student was questioning the role of profit and saying we need to rethink profit. And in that conversation, it was, well, if profit is about cost, we need to rethink cost. And in business, we don't factor in a lot of the additional costs. So they were using the example of climate change and saying, well, we should factor in the cost to the environment or cost for social issues that are problems that we cause from the way that we operate business. So I'm thinking about this relative to healthcare systems and leadership and their focus on reducing cost. If we're going to try to build a resilient organization, we can't do it using the kinds of systems we've been using of cutting staff and just continuing to take things away or not have enough nurses. We saw this in supply chain and in the response, the after effect of the pandemic with our global supply chains that aren't working, and this, this religion of cost cutting and efficiency has caused huge problems in our supply chain. So I just want to start us off to tee us to the conversation about how we handle cost when we're talking about resilience related to efficiency. You've already mentioned this, I'm sure. We know that we have a massive problem with burnout, with physicians, with suicide. I see it in the organizations I'm working with in healthcare. We know that there's a nursing crisis and a huge shortage. I heard Jennifer talk about the crisis that the healthcare system is in Canada. I wouldn't say we're quite as close to that, but certainly many of our healthcare systems are. So it has reached a point where we can't ignore these issues. We need to make sure we pay attention to them. Okay, so if we then look at resilience and talk about what resilience is, I wanted to play around with some simple definitions. So resilience is an ability to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change. So a simple definition, recover from or adjust to misfortune or change. So what I want to do is add in another piece of this and say that if we're going to talk about resilience, we can't do it unless we talk about the other side, which is adaptability. And adaptability is the quality of being able to adjust to new conditions. So if we can get better at adaptability and we're adjusting along the way, then we have less need for this horrible recovery of resilience and the trending downward of our ability to be able to handle the change that's facing us. So the premise I'm going to start with is that we need to enhance adaptability. And I'm going to say we need it for both individuals and organizations. So how do we increase adaptability then? The way we've been doing it in our work is talking about complexity leadership and this concept of adaptive space. So I really believe that this is related to the space that Jennifer was talking about. So adaptive space is conditions that allow the adaptive process to occur. We've discovered this in our work. I'd say in the early 2010s, we had the concept of adaptive space, and then I spent the later part of the 2010s trying to figure out how to explain it to people. And this is the simplest way I can explain it. So this is based on a huge amount of qualitative work in a decade-long research practice partnership where we really dug in to try to understand what's going on in organizations and what the theoretical basis for it is. So I'm going to walk you through this process and show you what adaptive space is. So in a typical response to complexity, we know that we have three zones. We have chaos, complexity, and order. And I stuck this back into my slide deck. I kind of had been veering away from it a little bit, but this really gets at the idea of extreme context, which is the focus of the conference. So an extreme context is one that can be experienced as chaos. And we know that we have these different zones. So a typical response to complexity is that when we experience chaos or we experience complexity as chaos, we try to drive it down to order. So we go to an order response. But what we really need is based on the law of requisite complexity, which is a playoff of Ross Ashby's law of requisite variety. It takes complexity to beat complexity. So if we're in complexity, if we're experiencing it, we need to respond with complexity. And this is what we call an adaptive response. But then the question is, what is that? What does an adaptive response mean and how do we get it? So if we have our three zones, we know that chaos is one where it's perceived as there's not much order. So there really are, they're like these dots, these events or agents, and they're not seeing any patterns or connections among them. That's what makes chaos so difficult. So when we drive it to order, what we try to do is take it into the order structures that we historically know. And those structures are things like our hierarchical organizing systems, or for individuals, our kind of controlled mode of operating. But really what we need is an adaptive response. And this is what it looks like. When I present this, I often people in the room, do you know what this is a picture of? And I will tell you, I'm shocked. It's really shocking to me how many people don't recognize this picture, which is that it's a network map. So an adaptive response looks like a network map. And this is because complexity is about networks. So it's a networked reaction or a networked response to what's happening. So if we go through and dig into details on this, I'm going to run you through it quickly and then tell you the leadership implications. So if we're doing an adaptive response, we need to enable the adaptive process. The theoretical basis is the work that we've been doing on complexity leadership, but also Benjamin Lichtenstein's generative emergence. I don't have time to go into this here. I have a longer presentation that I show on this, but this is really a generative emergence process. So what happens is in the adaptive process is that we have pressures that come in the system, and we all know what a system is. Again, I was teaching last week in the executive MBA, and I asked them about systems thinking, and they didn't know what system was or systems thinking. So it's shocking to me how much work we have to do in the leadership arena. But if we take a systems view, we understand that the pressure comes in, and when the pressure comes in, it causes the system to activate and have to respond. The adaptive process was discovered in our complexity work, that it is a foundational dynamic in how the world works, and it's fractal. So it occurs at any level. At the individual level, it can occur in our head, it can occur between people, it can occur in organizations or between. So when the pressure comes in, it starts to activate. It creates an adaptive challenge where we must do something different. And in that, it starts to spark some ideation and some novelty, but it creates pressure between the need to innovate and the need to produce. So this is tension. And historically in leadership, what we've done is we've removed tension. So what we have to do is not remove the tension. We have to actually play in the tension or play in the pressures and turn this into adaptive tension. So in our work, we changed the word there to make this conflicting. Tension was a word that people were struggling with. They didn't really like it. You know, it's related to stress response, so it is the right word. But to present it in organizations and to get people to understand it, we started calling it conflicting. And what we're saying is that there are conflicting forces that are coming together and pushing up against each other, which can look like conflict, and people don't like that. But we have to get more comfortable with it, more comfortable with conflict, and actually engage it. So we engage the conflicting and the different opinions and worldviews that are coming together in the face of this pressure. And the only way we can get this to generate an adaptive outcome is to find connecting amidst it. So it's this conflicting, connecting process that we call adaptive space. This is the process that allows things to generate adaptive outcomes and solutions in organizations or for individuals who are trying to deal with an adaptive challenge. We found that conflicting has happened much more in the world. So we see lots and lots of conflicting now. Before social media, before a lot of what's happened in the 2000s, we struggled with conflicting because people wouldn't speak up. But now our challenge isn't conflicting, it's connecting. How do we find connecting amidst the conflicting? All right, so this gives us current results, and it gives us sustainability when we focus on the adaptive outcome as well. All right, so in organizations, this is what it looks like. A pressure will come in, and it will typically hit a local system. Pressure comes in on a local area. And when that pressure comes in, it starts to activate an entrepreneurial system. This is a type of leadership I'm going to be talking about that we need to make sure that we pay attention to. So a new way of thinking about leadership is entrepreneurial leadership, which is ideating, learning, innovating, thinking about growth. This almost always happens. So the challenge in our work was not getting the entrepreneurial system to activate. The challenge is once people start to ideate and they start to come up with adaptive responses and solutions, it's getting it into the organization. So they need to then take the ideas and try to advance it into the organizational system. And this is where they need adaptive space. So many organizations are structured that they have rigid operational systems and they don't have the adaptive space for the connections to occur. So adaptive space is needed. It has to open up to allow the ideas to flow into the operational system and come in the form of new order. And an idea that starts to advance, or entrepreneurial ideas, innovation that doesn't get put into the operational system is not adaptive. By definition, to get adaptability, we need to have it converted into new order on a system. So what I want to do now is show you what this means for leadership and the kinds of leadership that we need to think about now. And what I will say is this is what we should be doing in leadership. Everybody should be trained in this. So we need the entrepreneurial leadership, which is what I talked about, the ability to ideate. And Jennifer was talking about the person whose job is just to re-envision and redesign, you know, that's the whole job. That's the entrepreneurial component. We also need the enabling leadership, and I think we need to talk some more about it. The enabling leadership is creating the conditions for the adaptive space. And then we need operational leadership, but the operational needs to take on a different form. Typically, operational leadership is focused, as I said, on the efficiency of the results. What this operational leadership needs to do is be more adaptive, meaning it has to consider how it can be flexible and adaptive and welcome changes that come into the system so that the system can continually be changing and evolving. All right, and then all of this is an emergence process. So we need to train people in emergence. And this again goes to my core theme of we need to not be thinking about extreme context the way that we are. We need to be understanding we're in complexity, and in complexity, there is emergence. And when emergence happens, we have to have the right kind of mindset for that. All right, so I'm quickly going through this because I want to have some conversation around it. So I'm sorry if it's very fast, but then there are different types of adaptive responses that we can have. I got a question from an editor when I was writing a paper in response to COVID. And they said, how was it that countries that responded well at the beginning were centralized? And I really fascinating conversation and question, because what happens is that you can have an adaptive response on the operational side. So it doesn't have to start just with the entrepreneurial side. This would be all the planning and the preparation that had been done for a pandemic. I mean, it wasn't a shock that we had a pandemic. We know that this was going to happen. There were lots and lots of plans that had happened. Many people had been brought together in adaptive space to do the conflicting, connecting process and hash through tons of ideas and lay out operational plans that could work if we found ourselves in this situation. So at that point, we needed to implement operational. And with implementing the operational, we needed to have masks and PPE, and we didn't have those things. So it's not just the entrepreneurial, the ideation that needs to happen, it's also the operational side. So I want to point out those two types in ways of responding. And then I want to conclude with the problem of the order response. So too many people have a mindset of the order response, and we saw it way, way too much in our society and in our political leaders. Won't name names, I have in the papers, but the problem of the order response is when we try to focus on stability and old order. So we assume that we can stay in the old order. And when complexity happens, when an event like this occurs, we cannot. So what they try to do is they pull back to equilibrium. And when we do that, it leads to stagnation and death. And in this case of this particular kind of complexity event, that was literal. Stagnation is death. If you don't change, you die. It's that simple. It's that scary. So unfortunately, this became all too true in this extreme event. All right, I'm going to end here with the extreme context slide and then give you just some concluding remarks. The extreme context slide shows you what happens and how this works. So if we have a chaos response that people experience as an extreme context, what they do is they take it down to order. If they stay in order, this is never going to work. So and I would say that when we have a chaos response, taking it to order is okay at the beginning if we need to. So I think in the old days, I would say don't ever go to order. But what I would say now is mentally, we need some feeling. If people are experiencing complexity as chaos, we need them to be able to get themselves together. So giving them some order and some sense of comfort is okay. But then what we need to do is start activating the adaptive response. And this is where we have to kick in the different way of operating and the types of leadership that I talked about and enable adaptive space. When that happens, quite often it edges or it teeters on the edge of chaos or the edge of complexity, the edge of chaos, and then it can go back up into chaos. If it goes to chaos, again, what I would say is it's all right, take it back down to order. This is where you help with resilience, because where resilience and individuals and systems really burn out is if they perceive they're in chaos all the time. And if then they don't get breaks from that, they are going to go for order, and they're never going to go back up into the adaptive response zone. So this is really the process that I think that we need to be paying attention to. All right, I'm not going to read through these, but different kinds of mindsets and skills that we need: adaptive learning mindsets, emergence, paradox, the ability to hold opposing forces at the same time. We see a lot of that going on right now. Enabling mindset, and then an outcomes mindset that rethinks how we do our reward structures. And I would even add in there some of the efficiency kinds of things I was talking about. As a conclusion, complexity is the new way of the world. We need to accept it. We need to prepare ourselves and our organizations for it. It requires adaptive space and preparing ourselves to provide adaptive responses. And these responses will occur on both entrepreneurial and operational. So just one final thought. Winston Churchill talked about never waste a good crisis. Chaos and extreme events can be perceived as a crisis. The benefit of them is what they do is they naturally open up adaptive space. So telehealth, I watched a physician here in our local pediatric hospital who was trying to get telehealth in, could not get it in. When COVID happened, immediately that slid in. So an adaptive space window opened up where they could get that change in. And as I was working with that system, I kept saying to the president of the medical system, I kept saying, the window's open now. All that stuff you've been trying to do, slide it in, because this window was going to close again and we're going to go back to normal operations. So what I would hope is that instead of going back to normal operations of closed windows, we now can have systems that can actually go in and out of this adaptive space and design themselves to be able to do it. Okay, so with that, I will stop. I think I wanted a lot of time for comments, but I do see I'm at my 9:45 limit, so.
Yeah, we still have time for comments because we now have to, a couple of minutes, I think we are delayed, but I think it's okay for the amount of presentations we had. So yeah, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, Mary. Feel free to ask questions, remarks, discussion points.
Sorry, I'll lead it off again. This is fascinating stuff. Mary, great presentation. So I have a question for you. In the space that you had talked about in terms of the adaptive space that we need to create. So my challenging question to you is this. As you know, healthcare systems in America today, most of them are led by old white dudes that are what we call legacy systems. Most of these individuals had a hard time just implementing the incident command system, never mind where you're at. So I would say that your vision is really 2.0, that most organizations would have a significant stretch to even conceptualize, never mind operationalize. How do you think we get to adaptability as a culture? And you know, and on the positive side, we did a study of CIOs and looked at how they did exploitive and explorative concepts, how they implemented that during COVID. And there was a great deal of innovation that happened amongst those individuals, amongst those executives. But the CEOs, for some reason, are not able, not all of them, but a number of them are not able to think that way. I'm not sure if it's because of, you know, where they came from, but don't forget, a lot of these guys didn't have degrees. Some of them still don't have degrees and never got that leadership training. So my challenging question to you is that, how do we get to your 2.0 to your adaptability as a concept?
It's such a great question, and I completely agree with you. We've seen it. I've been working with my practice group. In my practice group, we have some CEOs. In fact, I have one who's a retired CEO who is on the CEO 100. And in the 2010 to 2020 period, when we were working on this, he was trying to get to executives at that level to see where he could drive change. And he came back and he said, I've got really bad news for you guys, but none of those people think this way. He said, I can't find a single one of the executives, the top executives I'm working with, that think in this way. They're just so focused on results, and they're so focused on the old kind of thing. So it is a huge, huge, huge problem. And I completely agree with you on this. I do want to say, I think there's some hope. I think that the reality of complexity is such that it doesn't give people a choice, adapt or die. So we are starting to see a lot more of this now, where organizations are starting to pick up on it. One of the problems I've seen historically is that people at the top, at that stage where they're most resistant, as you're describing, they look at it and they say, well, I'm going to ride this out. I don't have to change. I only have a few years left. And so you continue that pattern in this process of people who are doing old things, operating in old ways until they get to their window of retirement. But then the next one comes and then they do their window of retirement. So the problem is very, very real. I think that organizations now, and with the extent of the complexity we have, they're just not going to have much more choice. I am heartened by reports that are coming out now that the #1 skill they're looking for is things like adaptability. So it's starting to get recognized, and I believe they're not going to have much choice soon. And I think I'm just going to add, the other problem is we haven't done the leadership development we need. So it's really, really time for leadership development to kick in. And I have worked with chief learning officers and groups of them, and they're not doing what they need to do. So until we get our chief learning officers and our HR systems on board and doing the right kind of leadership development, we're going to continue with this problem.
Yeah, I found, I was presenting at the American College of Healthcare Executives this past year, and I had a president and CEO of a large healthcare system with me. So 3 years ago, before COVID, there was 20 people in the room, and most of the people were all emergency managers. So we were speaking to the crowd. This time around, there was a few more CEOs, but still everything is financially driven as the main conversation. So when you start talking about leadership development, it's not at the level that you're at. They're still talking about how do you motivate your teams and stuff, like very basic level interaction. I think most of this has to be led by young people that get it and are quick and able to adapt, and kind of that's their mindset already. But trying to convince the old guard that they need to pivot to this, I think is still quite challenging. In fact, I was just looking at, I shared with the group, 2 papers that we wrote. We're not teaching this in our programs, like even in healthcare administration, there's no disaster management, there's no crisis, none of this stuff. And yet we expect them to execute at that level, to conceptualize. I really hope that, in ACSB programs, MHA and MPH programs, it's competency driven by the accreditors. That's the only thing that will actually move the needle for them to do it.
Yes. And this is, again, why I started with that conversation about efficiency. To me, that's got to do with the cost and the way that they're focused on financials. This is just going to kill our systems. And until we start factoring in that people are not machines, we need to give them some slack and we need to take care of their needs, our systems are going to break down. And we're already seeing it with physicians and with nurses. The crisis is there. And I don't know what is going to happen unless they start addressing it.
Yes, and we have some information about what the cost might be, because there are reports what that costs also with, I don't know, mistakes and all that stuff. So we have these reports, what, especially in healthcare organization, what goes wrong, right?
I would say that they figured out the cost of mistakes. I mean, that's being factored in. I see it in the strategic planning and in the accountability. The cost I'm talking about is literally the way that we do cost accounting, and in our accounting and our finance, we need to factor in more cost around the human cost, around people, and around the need for additional labor. We use our labor to the point where we make it as efficient as possible, but people are not that. So that's where I'm saying I think we need a mindset shift in the kind of cost that goes in. And if we can increase those costs and factor that into how profit or how the financials are reported, then the boards or the investors who are expecting results, maybe we can get it fixed on that end, because there are pressures on the executives for results and for performance that's driving all of this.
Yeah, to especially broadening the view of this whole cost situation. So what costs need to be included and all that stuff, yeah, it would be very necessary to do that, because then you also have a really broad picture of what you are actually dealing with. So
yeah, and it might be other parameters we should actually measure on, because they are mostly measured on how much your results basically. How many patients in and out and how long, and but so what if they were measured and how many of your employees didn't get burned out or stressed, or the well-being parameters, or what if they were measured and evaluated by those types of parameters.
Yeah,
and they should be, because we talk about health. Well, it's the health of the patient, but it's also the organizational health. So if they're measuring patient health, they should also measure the health of the organization, meaning the physicians and the nurses and the others who have a legitimate cost they're expending when they go to work.
Yeah, because who should take care of the patients in the end?
Yeah, it's a different mindset.
Yeah,
to not just consider it as labor, which is okay. It can, if they're burnt out, there are new people coming in. So
because there are not new people coming in.
Yeah,
and the younger generation, they don't want to get into that system.
And apart from this, is we're discussing just to see people as okay, if they're burnt out, we have somebody else. So.
So in Austria, we're thinking of using the relatives of the patients to work in hospitals.
Yeah, and they need to be treated in their homes now. And in Denmark, it was like 28%. We talked about it yesterday. 28% less wanted to go into the nursery educations. So they're like completely, what are we doing? And now the Danish government, they try to move some of the public administrators. They say we need to move them out of the systems, to flatten the organizations and put them into the elderly and the care systems, because who should take care of the patients? So it's not only a healthcare system thing, it's like a whole society thing going on. So
I think we have a question in the chat from Michael. Mary, can you see it?
Yes, so let me look at this. Boiseau and Sensemaking, the Cuneiform framework, intolerance for ambiguity among leaders and their tendency to adopt simple versus adaptive. Yes, in fact, I just was presenting in Australia this summer with Dave Snowden. So there is definitely a link with sense-making and the intolerance for ambiguity. And I think this is very much where I'm saying we need a mindset shift. So to me, the mindset shift is getting people to understand that we are in complexity. We are just in it. That's the fact of the world that we're in now. And in that world of complexity, we need a different way of thinking. So we have to have the mindset shift to adaptability, to an emergence mindset, so that when these things happen, we naturally flow in and out. So if you have an emergence mindset, what you understand is that when the pandemic is starting, okay, I have a complexity emergence event. Now I've got to just go with the flow. So I understand what's going to happen. I'm not shocked by it. I recognize and saw the patterns leading up to it. I've been able to somewhat prepare for it. And I understand that it's going to ebb and flow in different ways. What you saw in the pandemic, if I go to a general response, is that people were saying, well, our world is so different now, and we're waiting for it to go back. So like with my undergrad students, they were waiting for it to go back. And I said to them, you guys are seniors. This is the fall. That we've been in it for now 7-8 months. I said, you're seniors. You're going to miss your senior year if you keep sitting here waiting for this to go back. It's not going back. This is what it is. So try to live your life that way now in college, because you only have however many months left. So I think that this really is about different mindset shifts. And that slide that I showed on the mindset shifts is what we need to train people in. So that's the link.
It's just a question about adaptability. Do we have any definitions? Or of course we have, but what kind of definition have you been through or been using? I mean, because we always talk about, successfully adaptation and
yes.
I was thinking, what are the definitions?
That's so funny. You ask an expert to define their concept, and that's always the hardest thing, isn't it? So you kind of caught me off guard a little bit with that one right now in terms of the adaptability. I'm going to go back to the one I put in the slide deck. So I don't remember what I wrote in the paper when I did the 2018 one, and I haven't written the definition lately. But the adaptability here is the quality of being able to adjust to new conditions. So that was the one that I put in this slide deck here. And I would say a lot of that, you know, the quality of being able to adjust to new conditions, there are many things that go with that. So that's the learning and growth mindset, the emergence mindset, et cetera.
Great, so we have any questions, comments left, or? So if this is not the case, I would say we may have, thank you very much again, Mary. I think it's very early for you, right? Yeah. So I tried to put you in the last presentation, so you didn't have to be present in the middle of the night.
Yes, thank you. I very much appreciate that.
Okay, so maybe we now have 10 minutes break, so, and we will have our last presentation in 10 minutes, so I think we need a coffee and to relax a little bit, and then we can have our last final presentation. So Kelly, is that okay for you? So we start 10 minutes later than planned?
Yes, that works just fine. Thank you so much.
Okay, then I will mute, and we would see us again in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. And I totally understand. Thank you for staying with me through the end. And I appreciate the later slot as well, since I'm out on the West Coast of the US. So anyway, thank you all. So my name is Kelly Vranas, and I'm an assistant professor in the Division of Pulmonary Allergy and Critical Care Medicine at Oregon Health and Science University in Portland, Oregon. And the title of my talk today is It's Not Just Burnout, Strategies to Improve Wellness and Preserve Our Frontline Healthcare Workers Beyond COVID-19. These are my funding sources. And the outline for my talk today, I'm going to start by just reviewing kind of burnout, the definitions of burnout, moral injury, and resilience with a particular lens among healthcare workers in the context of the pandemic. I'll then share some research that I've done focused on the impact of the pandemic on clinicians' well-being, as well as some systems-level strategies to help improve well-being moving forward. And just a little bit about me. So I am a pulmonary and critical care physician. I spend most of my time taking care of critically ill patients in the ICU, the intensive care unit. And I'm also a critical care health services researcher with a focus on developing, testing, and implementing organizational interventions and processes of care that improve outcomes and the overall value of care, which we might define as the quality of care over cost. So just getting started, we all know, obviously, that the pandemic has really relentlessly strained healthcare systems across the world in unprecedented ways, causing all of us to grapple with limitations in space for patients within hospitals, as well as limitations in supplies and staff to care for those patients. And as I mentioned, I'm a critical care doctor. So the last 2.5 years have been quite a journey for me as well personally, both as a physician, a researcher, a parent, and of course, just a human living through this all together. And I remember images like these from very early on in the pandemic, when the world really shut down and healthcare workers were really celebrated because they showed up and put their own safety on the line to keep going to work and care for their patients. But over time, I'd say the cheers and clapping kind of stopped. And in some cases were replaced even with some hostility and anger towards healthcare workers as misinformation exploded and kind of eroded trust in science and public health experts. And this is a photo of my friend and colleague named Julie. She's one of the best nurses I know. She works in our ICU. And this was from an interview she did with local media about a year ago. And I think it captures kind of the toll that the pandemic has taken on clinicians. And in particular, I'd say all of us, but in particular, my nursing colleagues. It's just been quite tremendous. And in fact, burnout is really prevalent among healthcare workers worldwide. And that is something that has been an issue before the pandemic started. But just to put some numbers on it, there was one study published a pretty big study of about 20,000 healthcare workers across the US in 42 different institutions that was published last year. And in this, they found that over 50% of healthcare workers in the study reported symptoms of burnout, as well as depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder. So it's a really high number within the context of the COVID pandemic. So what is burnout? Burnout was really defined by Dr. Christine Maslach and colleagues many years ago and has been described as having sort of three classic symptoms. These can be defined, the first one being exhaustion, kind of defined as generalized fatigue related to really devoting excessive time and effort to a task that's not perceived to be beneficial. So in the context of the pandemic, this could mean continuing to care for patients who are really, really sick and have a poor, really little chance of meaningful recovery. The second pillar of burnout is what's called depersonalization or cynicism. And this is really an indifferent or even negative attitudes towards both work and patients. So an example of this that I see pretty commonly among my colleagues is when we're working in the hospital and patients come in really sick, you know, the care team feels sort of annoyed or angry at the patient for coming in and disturbing their sleep, for example, as opposed to being able to express empathy for the patient and what they're going through. And the third pillar is this sense of reduced personal accomplishment or inefficacy, this idea to feel like your work is meaningless or worthless and what you're doing is hopeless and not going to change anything. So together, these three symptoms really comprise the definition of burnout. But I think in my mind, it's sort of a little bit simpler to just think about burnout as an impaired ability to experience positive emotions when it's there. And as I mentioned, burnout didn't start with a pandemic. It's been a problem in healthcare for many years, particularly among critical care providers like me. So for example, this was an article published in 2016, so before the pandemic, and it was a collaborative statement published by a variety of different international critical care societies, in which they really put forth a call to action, urging stakeholders to both recognize burnout and develop strategies to mitigate it, because it was really threatening our workforce even before the pandemic began. And why does it matter? I really, at this point, because it's pushing healthcare workers out. So this is an article that was published by Ed Young in The Atlantic a few months ago. And in it, he really eloquently wrote about how healthcare workers are quitting in droves. Specifically, according to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, the healthcare sector has lost nearly 500,000 healthcare workers since the pandemic. And this is a little bit outdated. I think it's even greater at this point. And nearly 2/3 of acute care nurses, so those are nurses who work in a hospital setting, have thought about quitting. And this has terrible implications, both because we're like fewer healthcare workers means access to care will be longer. It'll be probably worse care. There's more, when people are stretched more thin, there's a higher chance of medical errors from happening and therefore worse outcomes for patients. So in response to this large number of healthcare workers who are leaving the field, as we've been talking about today, there's been increasing discussion about ways to improve resilience among healthcare workers, particularly during public health emergencies and other kind of extreme conditions. So what is resilience? I know you defined this already today, but really in my mind, it's been defined, it's the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties or the sense of being, quote, tough. But another way to think about it is it's not necessarily getting rid of challenges, but rather thriving in the midst of challenges. And again, in other words, a simpler way is to be able to see the positives when they're there, in contrast to burnout, which was the inability to see those positive emotions. But if you Google, how can I increase my resilience at work? So this pops up pretty top of the list on Google. So this is from Harvard Business Review, an article that was published titled 5 Ways to Boost Your Resilience at Work. And in it, they list these 5 ways. The first, they say, exercise mindfulness. The second is compartmentalize your cognitive load. Third, take detachment breaks or take space from the work. Fourth is develop mental agility. And the fifth is to cultivate compassion. Now, some of these are a little bit hard to understand, but overall they sound pretty good. But I would say, what do all of these 5 things have in common that are recommended to boost resilience? They're really telling the individual worker to do more. right? They're putting it on the plate of the worker. And that sentiment that workers are responsible for developing their own resilience and preventing burnout is really prevalent. And it's led, at least in the US, to a lot of sort of modules and training sessions for clinicians about how to improve their well-being. And in fact, I've been witness to some discussions among colleagues that have commented on this, that I just thought I'd share some of these quotes. This is among healthcare workers since COVID, within COVID. So one person wrote, "I got an email from administration while on vacation asking me to complete a wellness survey." Another of my colleagues wrote, "There's nothing more ironic than completing several unpaid hours of annual compliance training, including an hour on physician wellness and burnout prevention during your day off." Another wrote, "I got an email about how to fix burnout, followed by an email saying I need to start double booking patients in clinic." Another person said, "Honestly, the best way to show that you appreciate me is to not make me do work outside of work." And then finally, with someone questioned, I think quite appropriately, "Wait a second, why are we responsible for fixing burnout?" So really the common theme here is a lot of the hospital responses have been to ask individual clinicians to deal with their own burnout or risk of burnout, often doing it outside their own work hours. The problem with that is that it implies that if an individual is experiencing burnout, then something is inherently wrong with that individual, that they're some way deficient or that they lack enough resilience to withstand the current work environment. And in reality, I think trying to deal with burnout and combat it by increasing resilience at the level of the individual clinician is really just insufficient, because it's not an individual problem, it's a system level problem driven by excess job demands and inadequate resources and support. And these demands have really been just further exacerbated by the strain of the pandemic. So if we really want to find meaningful solutions to burnout, I think it's instructive to think not only about, quote, burnout, but also this concept of moral injury. That is, this discrepancy that exists between the care that we hope and want to provide and the reality of the care that we are actually able to provide due to constraints that are beyond the control of the individual provider. And there can be several reasons for this difference between our hopes and expectations for care, and then the reality of what the job really is. So things like difficulty accessing care for patients who we know need it, but there's long wait times, or the electronic health record that forces clinicians to spend more time on the computer than with their patients. And of course, more recently in the setting of the pandemic, when hospital systems have been really strained and unable to provide the high quality care that we want to all patients who could benefit from it on a given day. So in other words, again, as Ed Young from The Atlantic eloquently writes, he says, moral injury better captures the idea that healthcare workers are leaving, not because they can't handle their jobs, but because they are unable to do their jobs. And only when we start to consider the underlying causes of moral injury that healthcare workers are experiencing and kind of closing that disconnect between what we want to do and what we are able to do, can we really start to design system level interventions to help deal with this issue. So what did this look like in the setting of the pandemic? Over the last few years, my colleagues and I have done a qualitative study to try and better understand how hospital responses to the pandemic impacted both ICU organization and the way we're caring for patients, as well as the experiences of frontline clinicians, particularly in the intensive care unit, which was very much at the front line of the pandemic. And we also, as part of this, we also wanted to identify some system level strategies to help reduce moral injury and burnout experienced by healthcare workers, ideally with the goal of helping preserve our workforce. So to do so, we interviewed critical care physicians at a variety of hospitals across the USA, purposely sampling participants from clusters of academic and community hospitals across a variety of states that experienced large and early surges of patients with COVID. And in total, we included 33 participants across 13 hospitals. And we used inductive thematic analysis to identify themes describing the impact of the pandemic on ICU organization, again, care processes, and the experiences and well-being of frontline clinicians. And this was recently published in CHEST. So we identified several themes in our analyses, each with prominent sub-themes shown in the column on the right. The first major theme were contributors to moral injury, and these included issues such as restrictive visitor policies that were broadly implemented across hospitals, fear of becoming infected themselves, and the issues of allocating scarce resources. The second major theme we found were contributors to burnout symptoms, and these included both emotional exhaustion and a sense of helplessness. And then the third major theme was this idea of how the pandemic would impact the critical care workforce long-term, really through mechanisms of compromised trust in the institution and this overwhelming sense of feeling undervalued and unheard by leadership. So I'm now just going to go through and share just a few quotes from our study that illustrate these themes. So this first theme of contributors to moral injury, we found that widespread restrictions on visitors in hospitals contribute substantially to moral injury among physicians. So specifically, they described that these restrictions on visitors really negatively impacted all stakeholder groups, including patients, families, and staff. So for example, this participant said, restricting visitors was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Looking back, that was the real nightmare, watching that many people die in the ICU alone. Given their concerns about patients dying alone, several hospital workers said they deliberately violated hospital policy to allow families at the bedside, which further contributed to their moral injury. So for example, this participant said, frequently we break the rules. This is the biggest strain on physicians. You couldn't save the patient and now they're going to die by themselves. I find a lot of us will just let the family go in their room, go in the back door. The second major theme was contributors to burnout symptoms, including emotional exhaustion and fatigue, really related to the sheer number of patients who were dying and the prolonged duration of the pandemic, which really caused significant emotional exhaustion. For example, this person said, my concern about our staff well-being is that this fight or flight response can only last for so long. The chronic stress of having to do this over and over again adds to the strain. Many also lost trust in their institution due to their perception that leadership didn't prioritize their safety or well-being, in particular when it came to availability and use of PPE. I know in the US, this was a huge issue. In particular, clinicians felt that the institutions lacked transparency about the availability of PPE for frontline workers. So this participant said, I noticed that the hospital claimed we never ran out of PPE or personal protective equipment, but at the same time, it was not available plenty of times. And then many physicians, like I said, felt undervalued and unheard by their institutions. So specifically, they felt that hospital administrators made decisions about how to manage the pandemic and the hospital responses to it without incorporating feedback from the people at the front line actually caring for patients. So for example, one participant explained how their hospital leadership really didn't appreciate that their most important resource is not the ventilator or the dialysis machine, it's your limited workforce. And they questioned, why don't you ask your foot soldiers what we have learned and how we could have done things better? So how do we solve the problem of moral injury, burnout, and overall attrition of healthcare workers that's really been exacerbated by the pandemic over recent years? And I think we do know that the solution, or at least I would suggest that the solution to these issues is, again, not trying to address a, quote, broken individual, but rather a broken system. I think this really requires the creation of a healthcare environment that prioritizes healing of both patients and healthcare workers, demonstrating that it values them as human beings rather than as workers who simply fill shifts. And I love the idea that Mary mentioned about tying, we care a lot about patient outcomes and well-being. We should also care, I think, as much about the well-being of our staff. So in short, back to resilience, I think for me, the theme as I've studied this, and I've lived it as a physician, healthcare systems need to make it easier to do their jobs while they're at work and easier to not do their jobs when they're at home. So really separating and protecting that time off and then making it easier for them to do their job when they're there. So how might a systems approach to building resilience among their healthcare workers, what might that look like? So through both literature review and our research to date, we've identified some interventions at various levels. So levels of the clinicians, the department within the hospital, and the larger hospital system that I think will be particularly helpful to reduce burnout and improve morale, both during the continuing pandemic and beyond. So first, at the level of the individual clinician, we found that resources for mental health were really actually quite available, but clinicians either didn't know that they were there or didn't know how to access them or didn't have time to access them. So for many, they felt that the proactive provision of mental health resources was really appreciated, as well as the ability to carve out time in the day and make it free for workers to seek that care. But really having someone reach out to them and saying, hey, let's meet, that helped a lot, because left to their own devices, healthcare workers would not ask for help on their own. At the level of the department, we found that clinicians benefited from fewer consecutive days working in the hospital. Particularly for physicians, we often work 7, at least in the US, we often work 7 to 14 days in a row. And that is just not doable. I think at this point, I think the pandemic has forever changed our ability to just get that done. Additionally, we all know that prior to the pandemic, physicians would commonly work even when sick themselves. And in the setting of COVID, many departments actually created, finally, formalized backup systems that made it okay for clinicians to call out sick. And this really represented a welcome change by helping to create kind of a culture of psychological safety in which it was okay to say, I can't work for whatever reason. Additionally, clinicians worked more during the pandemic to accommodate surges, but then they just went back to their normal routine after the surges declined. And a lot of them talked to us about how it would have been helpful to get some days back for that time that they had worked when they stepped in and helped when the healthcare system and their patients needed it. Flexibility in scheduling is also extremely valuable. Again, just showing that healthcare systems recognize and value the human side of their workers, not just seeing them as workers to fill shifts. And then in the same vein, I've heard over and over again how clinicians need their time away from work to be protected. As I mentioned earlier, we need to make it easier for clinicians to not do their jobs at home, which means not coming home and finishing their notes from clinic the day before, for doing that during unpaid time, taking away from their time with family. And then finally, at the level of the hospital, so certainly some of these are specific to the pandemic, but I think are instructive for future public health emergencies. So this has really made me rethink the risk-benefit ratio of restrictive visitor policies. I know sort of on its surface, it makes sense to reduce viral transmission and preserve PPE, but the cost was really so high for patients, families, and clinicians. So I think it makes me rethink whether we should do that in the setting of future health emergencies. Additionally, clinicians felt it was extremely helpful for their healthcare systems to just provide the basics. Food and parking, childcare was huge. I think these are just really tangible ways to show that frontline workers are valued in a way that can make it easy for them to show up for work and do their best while they're there. In addition, I think healthcare administrations really need to intentionally and proactively prioritize needs assessments with their frontline workers. So I personally think back to the early days of the pandemic when I have small children and my husband is a physician as well. School shut down and we had no place for our young children to go. And if the hospital had asked, I would have said, oh, there's tons of space in the hospital right now. So much is shut down. Could we use one of these spaces for my kids to do their online school or whatnot? That would have been so helpful to me. But I look back and nobody asked. That would have been something I would have suggested or asked for if anyone had asked. But I will say it isn't enough to just perform those needs assessments. You actually have to then meet those needs, or at least try to, and have closed loop communication about how hospital administration and leadership is taking action to listen and meet the needs of their frontline workers. And then, as I discussed already, this is again really in the context of the pandemic, but again important for future healthcare emergency situations and disaster management. We have to ensure adequate access to and training in the use of PPE. That training is key. If people don't know how to use it, it doesn't do much good. And then a lot of physicians felt that it was really helpful for the healthcare system at the level of the hospital to develop protocols for resource allocation so that they could avoid conflicts of interest when caring for patients at the bedside. And then finally, I've been alluding to this, but involving clinicians as key stakeholders is absolutely important. Those physicians who did feel like their hospitals involved them in the COVID response really felt like their systems were more nimble, more able to respond quickly and provide better care for the patients and the healthcare workers a lot. It really helped increase trust and improve morale during these challenging times when healthcare systems were under such strain. So in conclusion, I talked about how burnout is common and leads to worse patient outcomes and high rates of staff turnover. I've also talked about how burnout and injury are and moral injury are systems level problems that need to be addressed with system level solutions rather than just asking individual providers to do more themselves. And finally, we identified several interventions to hopefully mitigate burnout and moral injury and improve resilience. And I hope this will work. I want to just leave you with this quick 1-minute video. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Dr. Glaucoma-Flecken, that's his pseudonym. He's an American physician. He actually lives in Portland, where I live. He's also a comedian, and he puts a lot of stuff out on Twitter and YouTube and other social media platforms where he performs sort of satires and humorous clips about medicine. So this is one that I think really speaks nicely to what we talked about today. So hopefully this will work.
Sir, you wanted to see me? Yes, Bill, please, come in. Okay. Bill, it's been brought to my attention that you haven't done any of your resiliency modules. Oh, yeah. You do know that physician burnout is a huge problem right now. Yeah, I know. So what do you think we should do about physician burnout? More days off? No, a mandatory 8-part online curriculum designed by people who have never taken care of patients. Really? That's the best way? Of course it is, but how can we measure your gains in resiliency and ultimately publish it in the New England Journal if you don't finish the modules? I mean, I could just tell you right now, it's not going to make me feel better. Whoa, we'll let the 4-page self-assessment questionnaire answer that. Oh, God. What if I don't do it? Well, then you'll have to complete a 3-hour course on the importance of professionalism. Fine, but can I at least have the afternoon off to finish the modules? No, you can become resilient on your own time.
All right.
Sir, you wanted to see
Sorry,
me?
I can pause that. Okay. Oh, it keeps doing that. Okay, let's see. There we go. So I want to take a minute. Hopefully that worked and you guys could hear that. So anyway, I want to thank my team and thank healthcare workers. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Kelly, for this insightful and also a little bit funny presentation. It's always too good to have a presentation for the closure that, I don't know, with the kind of humor to consider the things with a portion of humor, yeah. So
yes,
it's there's I think not so much things left to do apart. So maybe humor sometimes is also a good resilience strategy, by the way. Shall we open the floor? So are there any questions and remarks? I know Nina had one because actually what you mentioned about the distinction or the separation between the private and the professionals, where we also found.
So it's not really a question, but we can also report that we found in our data this separation of private and professional time. So since the beginning of the pandemic, the leaders had to be constantly available during evening, during weekend, 7 days per week. So they learned, I think, very quick to set clear boundaries and to separate this private time in a clear manner. Yeah, and in addition, what I found really interesting from my perspective was this feeling of undervalued. So because whenever I interview a nurse at this time, I ask this question at the end, when you can wish something for you or for your profession as a nurse, they always say they want to be more valued, not only from their organization, but also from their family, from their friends, because they do not understand each other, or they do not really know what they are responsible for, what their work is. And they also report that they want to be more valued from the whole society. So not this clapping thing, but really be
in a more serious way.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm on. Okay. Yeah. Hi. I was just thinking. I've been working a lot with the psychosocial working environment, and from that perspective, it is a system level issue. But also I left that idea some years ago again, because, you know, I've seen too many working environments where it's simply impossible to change some of the things at the system level. And I was thinking at one point, while we are waiting for that, and especially during COVID-19, I mean, somebody should take care of the patients, and there are not people enough. So days off is a good ideal, and there are some things we should keep on going after there, but also to be realistic, there are some things that simply can't be managed on a system level during a crisis like this. So, I mean, are there any risks of saying that this is a system level issue, it should be solved at the system level, and then somehow, where does it leave the individuals while we are waiting on the system to be so much better shaped?
Yeah, that's a great point. I guess I would say for the first point about, yeah, in the midst of a crisis, you just have to get the job done. And I think that that is true. And I think that really is the attitude of healthcare workers who've gone through this. Like, they showed up and they do it, and they work more, and they are tired and time away from their family, but they do it because it needs to be done. But in the aftermath of it, I think it's part of the issue is we go back to business as usual, and there's no space that's been created to sort of debrief about what we've just been through, or have, you know, time away to learn how to sort of grieve and for what we've lost and come through, and, you know, sort of on the other side of it, there's no space for that because the demands are so high. Like, I would argue there's actually not enough people. We have lost we were strained with staff resources before the pandemic, and now with so much loss, like, I know personally at the hospitals that I work at, there's not enough staff to staff the inpatient wards. Like, we are on divert because we don't have enough nurses to take care of the number of beds we have. And what that does is that leaves more work for the people left behind and puts them at even more risk of burnout and wanting to leave. And so I agree that, like, the systems changing takes a long time, but I think it lets the systems off the hook to say it just won't change. And that's been, in my opinion, that's probably been the part of the problem, why we are where we're at. And we need the leadership to understand how important it is to value their staff the same way. And maybe even, at least in the US, the way our financial reimbursement system, that could be even tying financial incentives to not just patient outcomes and readmissions, but to staff turnover, for example, so that it actually becomes something that's, you know, we can't just hire new people. It actually matters, and there's financial incentives to care about the well-being and experience of their staff. I don't know if that fully answers your questions. That's just sort of my thoughts off the top.
Yeah, and it's also, if you're looking into from, you know, the ecosystem approaches, you look into the factors, you know, it's both on the system levels and the individual levels, and you need to do both at once. So I think pointing at one place might be a little, I'm not sure what it is, if it's like too narrow, or if it's like a realistic way of doing it. I'm not sure.
Well, I think the focus so far has been on the individual only. I think that's part of the problem, right? Like, that's why we're getting all these modules to train us on prevention and wellness and burnout, and they're offering free mindfulness classes, which is great. I mean, that's a positive, but it's not enough, because it creates more work for the individual, and that's the last thing we need to be asking of people who are exhausted and just don't have any more room in their mind or on their, you know, during their day to add more, you know, training. So I think that's kind of what that video gets at. Like, it seems to be the solution is workforce, do more. And again, this is admittedly, I think I have a pretty US centric focus because that's where I live and practice and where my research has been based. And so it may be different in other countries across the world. And that's, I think, why something like the symposium is so interesting and special to learn from each other about how places have handled the same sort of challenges.
Pamela, could you please turn out the switch on off your tone, because mute yourself, because it is once in a while interrupting. Thank you. Yeah, Kelly, I totally agree, because we had these issues several times. We also wrote something just from an interview study we actually did on healthcare leaders' resilience, and it turned out, yeah, there were a lot of factors pointing that burnout might be not that far away, and it's all about, from that perspective, there are some issues that can only be changed by system or by the system or the organization. So it depends about on the situation. But you also want to...
Yeah, I had just a quick question, because you talk about the acknowledgement from society and everything. Did it make the situation worse that first, when the pandemic first hit, everyone was like, okay, people in the healthcare, they're heroes, they're going to work, everyone is staying home, they're going to work, caring for all the people who are affected with COVID. And then afterwards, at least in Germany, it was like, okay, first we're heroes, now we're like, nobody's again, nobody cares about us, don't care about us. Did it actually make the situation worse than before, because they did gain like false acknowledgement, or maybe you noticed something in your interviews, or in the US, I don't know how the situation was there, but is this maybe also a factor that contributed to this?
Definitely, yes. I definitely found that both in our research with the different interviews, that was certainly actually quite prominent. Like at the beginning, feeling celebrated, later on, people not being as celebrated, or even being fearful of you because you were working in a COVID environment. And I know, like in our interviews, for example, some people, like early on in the pandemic, restaurants would deliver food to the hospital because everything was shut down. And people, clinicians were working so much, they didn't have time to go grocery shopping or make meals. So restaurants would deliver food, which was so appreciated, not expected, but just so appreciated. And then everything stopped, and people were still working really hard and showing up and not having time to eat, and everything was closed. But they were like, gosh, if only the hospital would like say, hey, here's lunch in the cafeteria for you if you need it. Like those little things, it seems to just sort of go up and then down, kind of fall off a cliff as far as the acknowledgement in the community that, you know, we're still working and sacrificing so much to care for people. And all of a sudden, like the community gratitude and the resources made available stopped coming in. And again, there wasn't expectation there, but it was, I think the contrast was sharp. And then at least in the US, there developed even hostility for healthcare workers, which was like a whole nother end of the spectrum. So I agree. I think sort of that emotional up and down of everything is certainly part of it for sure.
And I think also the behavior, like, for example, to complain because you have to wear a mask when you do 15 minutes grocery shopping might also not help when you're thinking, okay, we are really trying to save, to do something in this situation, and you are like complaining because you just have to wear a mask for 15 minutes grocery shopping. So
yes,
and all that stuff. So this is also not, yeah.
Yes, I think that is certainly part of it as well. Yeah. So do we have any further question? Maybe in the chat or something? Otherwise, I think it's late. And I think, Kelly, for you it's early. Yes, it's early for me, late for you, but thank you so much for staying through to the end. I appreciate your attention and your conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also to our audience. I think it was a great day with a lots of impression. So I hope we can repeat that, and yeah, keep in touch. So if there are any questions or something like that, just write emails, connect, and yeah, have a nice day, evening, or in which time zone you ever be, morning. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And thanks to Charlotte.
Yeah.
Okay, then.